Chapter 3079. The mansion master's gaze swept across all directions. Everyone felt their hearts tremble as if they had been pierced through. However, that feeling quickly disappeared. An old and loud voice sounded from the front. "Since everyone is here, let's begin. Every competition held by the House of Prodigy is to encourage and select geniuses. This time, I hope you will give it your all. If you win, the House of Prodigy will not treat you unfairly. Now, let's begin." Following the mansion master's voice, everyone cheered again. The four peak masters looked at each other and flew into the sky. They landed in their respective areas and sat cross-legged on the clouds. The mansion master and the elders also sat in the center of the clouds. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out. He had a high status and was one of the deputy mansion masters. This time, he was the host of the competition. As soon as he came up, he announced some rules and rewards. With different rankings, the rewards were also different. It was roughly divided into 3 levels: top 3, top 10, and after the top 10. The rewards for the top 3 were the best. Other than various treasures and resources, they could go to the saint's former residence to comprehend. Once the news was out, those prodigies were extremely excited. At their level, other than increasing their cultivation, they were basically considering to reach the saint realm. To reach the saint realm, one must first comprehend the heaven and earth. However, the laws of heaven and earth were not that easy to comprehend. Other than some top prodigies who were qualified to comprehend the divine monument, the others did not have much chance. Moreover, even if they had the chance, it would be difficult for them to comprehend at their current level. But now, if they could go to the saint's former residence to comprehend, it would definitely be beneficial for them to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, even Lin Xian was excited after hearing that. The reward for the first place was even more tempting. Other than going to the saint's former residence, one could also go to the Cliff of Enlightenment. The Cliff of Enlightenment was a very magical place. It was said that at least 10 saints had comprehended there before. Most importantly, rumors had it that a martial monarch had stayed there for a day before leaving. Even if a great emperor stayed there for a day, its value was far above the saint's former residence. It could be said that the Cliff of Enlightenment was the true holy land of martial arts. Therefore, when they heard about the reward for the first place, everyone was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Those elders' eyes were also red. God, the House of Prodigy even took out the Cliff of Enlightenment as a reward? That was really generous. From the looks of it, they wanted to increase the speed of entering the ancient starry sky path. The elders discussed spiritedly, while the geniuses screamed excitedly. The eyes of the northern beast, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Jun Wuya, Huangfu Beitian, and the others widened. Shui Ji-Yu, Mo Tian, Black Demon, and the others were trembling with excitement. Was the Enlightenment Cliff finally going to open? The North Demon's eyes shone with a cold light. He had heard of this place a long time ago, but he never had the chance to go in. He did not expect that this time the Prodigy Manor actually gave out such a reward. This was great. He could finally enter the Cliff of Enlightenment. The North Demon was very confident. In his opinion, although these people were geniuses, none of them could defeat him. In the end, the first place was still his. Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes flickered with a cold light. They were already in the 2nd and 3rd year. If they were to try their luck now, they might really be able to get first place. When the time came, he would go to the Enlightenment Cliff to meditate. If he could really comprehend a thing or two, then he would really soar to the heavens. Shui Jiue Mo Tian, and the others knew that they had no hope of getting first place. However, they were extremely interested in the top 3. Although they could not go to the Enlightenment Cliff, it would be great if they could go to the sage's old residence. Everyone had confirmed their target. Lin Xian's side was also alarmed. The Enlightenment Cliff, the place where the great emperor once stayed? He was too excited. The sage's old residence had already shocked him. After all, he had gained a lot in the past few months. He naturally knew how precious the sage's remains were. He did not expect that there would be a great emperor's remains. This was 10 times or even 100 times more precious than the sage's remains. He must comprehend it. First place, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. North Demon, let me see what you're capable of. The rules of the competition were simple. They would draw lots, and the competition would be divided into several rounds. Not everyone would fight. There would be a certain amount of luck involved. Perhaps some who were not the strongest could still make it to the finals. It seemed a little unfair, but it was the fairest. After all, there were many experts in the world. However, only one person could become the great emperor in the end. Other than talent, luck was also very important. In fact, possession was also an important factor. Back then, there was a person who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He was extremely powerful and had reached an unbelievable level. He was most likely to become the great emperor. However, he was born at the wrong time. When he rose, it was when the great emperor had lost 3,000 years. At that time, he could not prove his Tao. In the end, the person who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries did not become the great emperor. Therefore, luck was also a part of strength. A very important part. The 40 geniuses participating in the competition quickly drew their lots. Those who drew the same number would become opponents and fight in the arena. I'm number 1. Qing Wu exclaimed. What? Qing Wu is number 1. Could it be that she's going to fight? Hearing this, the surrounding elders of the heavenly sect began to discuss. Those young men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Was Qing Wu going to take action? She's my goddess. Goddess Qing Wu, you must win. You must make it to the finals. That's for sure. Goddess Qing Wu is the great beauty of our House of Wonders. Moreover, her brother is the North Demon. Qing Wu is very talented and has the power of bloodline. Her strength is definitely not bad. Moreover, no matter who she encounters in the first round, she has to give face to the North Demon. Don't worry. Qing Wu will definitely have no problems in this round. Everyone had the same thought. At the same time, they were very curious about who would be the first person to fight Qing Wu. Qing Wu's small face was excited. Her beautiful big eyes were shining. She could not wait any longer. She went directly to the arena. Hurry up, my opponent, come on. Everyone lowered their heads. Those who were ranked at the bottom prayed in their hearts that they would not fight Qing Wu. That was because Qing Wu would definitely win this round. Fortunately, the number in their hands was not number 1. Huangfu Beitian, Heimo, Junwia, and the others also looked and found that they were not number 1 either. Just as everyone was checking, a figure walked past them and walked towards the battle platform. This scene directly attracted the attention of the others. Countless eyes looked at the figure. What? It's him. Many people screamed. Chapter 3080. Hei Mo snorted and sneered. Shui Ji narrowed her eyes. Interesting. This is going to be fun. Damn you, why is it you? No, this draw doesn't count. We have to do it again. On the stage, Qing Wu was originally very happy. However, when she saw her opponent, her little face fell, and she was about to cry. Heavens, why is it him? Is my luck that bad? Lin Xian, you bastard. Hurry up and get back to where you came from. Qing Wu stomped her feet in anger. That's right, her first opponent was Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that he would have to fight with this little girl in the first round. He shook his head and didn't care. Instead, he walked onto the stage. The others were excited. It's Lin Xian. The first round is actually him. This is going to be fun. Do you think Lin Xian will go easy on him in the first round? Give the North Demon some face? When the time came for him to fight the North Demon might go easy on him. It's possible. Not only Lin Xian. Almost everyone had to give the North Demon some face. After all, he was the number 1 in the House of Prodigy. Who would dare to disobey? However, Qing Wu didn't think so, because she felt that this guy would definitely not give her face. She knew Lin Xian very well. Sure enough, Lin Xian said, "I don't want to hurt you. Why don't you take the initiative to admit defeat?" When those words were said, everyone was in an uproar. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched. Oh my heavens, what did I just hear? Lin Xian actually wants Qing Wu to admit defeat. He doesn't plan to give the North Demon some face. He's going to cause trouble. Is he provoking the North Demon? Exclamations sounded one after another. The people of the Full Moon Peak were extremely nervous. When Yu Linglong saw this scene, she glanced at the North Demon and laughed softly. Looks like someone doesn't want to give you face. What's this kid doing? He's courting death. Mo Tian also frowned. The North Demon was incomparably calm. All of this was within his expectations. Lin Xian was no ordinary prodigy. He was a top prodigy who had comprehended the Moongazer steel and was the successor of the Great Dragon. Such peerless geniuses all had their own pride. How could they take the initiative to go easy on him? However, he was not worried. He was still very confident in his sister. It would not be easy for Lin Xian to win against his sister. "You brat, you're so arrogant. You want me to admit defeat? No way." In the arena, Qing Wuqi's face was ice cold. This despicable fellow. She really wanted to go up and bite him. "You are no match for me." Lin Xian shook his head. It was indeed so. A few months ago, he could easily defeat Qing Wu. Not to mention now, his strength had greatly improved. Qing Wu shouted, "Boy, don't underestimate me. My current strength is much stronger than it was a few months ago. Today, I'll let you experience it." Whoa. Qing Wu's temperament also changed. Two lightning-like rays of light shot out from her beautiful eyes, shattering the surrounding sky. The aura on her body became terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that this beautiful girl was not simple. She was a true prodigy. Whoosh! Qing Wu's figure changed, and her speed was unbelievably fast. She quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. A short sword appeared in her hand. It was as red as blood, and she slashed down in the air. A bloody light burst out, bringing with it a powerful aura, shattering the void. In an instant, thousands of sword lights were slashed out. They were densely packed, forming a sea of sword qi. However, Qing Wu's little face was incomparably cold. She did not relax at all. That was because Lin Xian's speed was even faster. His figure wandered in the sky, full of sword qi, as if he was taking a stroll. Not a single sword qi hit him. Damn guy, what's the point of dodging? Attack if you have the ability. Qing Wu snorted, and the aura in her hand became even sharper. Lin Xian sighed. All right, then I won't be polite. Speaking of this, the aura on his body also changed. The originally fluctuating void was even more shattered. He was like a celestial demon. His eyes emitted a piercing light, and runes appeared in his hand one after another. Seal! With a low shout, Lin Xian waved his arm. The runes in the sky intertwined to form a formation, and directly shrouded Qing Wu. Buzz! Qing Wu was fixed in midair. She could not exert any strength, as if she was frozen. Damn guy, what did you do to me? Qing Wu screamed. Lin Xian did not say a word. With a smile, he walked forward. Then he gently picked up Qing Wu and walked to a place further away. This scene made everyone exclaim. Many prodigies even screamed. Damn guy, let go of Qing Wu. Let go of our goddess. How dare you blaspheme our goddess? I'll fight you to the death. There was no choice. Qing Wu was the goddess in the hearts of these prodigies. She was the lover of their dreams. But she was carried away by someone. How could they tolerate this? Even Mo Tian and the rest frowned. Junwia even shouted coldly. His eyes emitted a piercing light. You're courting death. He was also pursuing Qing Wu, but he had not succeeded. However, Junwia thought that in the entire extraordinary warrior mansion, except for Northern Yao, he did not care about anyone else. Northern Yao was Qing Wu's brother, so he would not compete with him. In other words, Qing Wu would choose him if she had a choice. But now, Qing Wu was being carried by another man. Jun Wuya could not tolerate this. Even Northern Yao frowned slightly with a look of surprise. Then he shook his head. He already knew what Lin Xian wanted to do. However, he was surprised. Did Qing Wu have no strength to resist? Qing Wu naturally knew this. She screamed, "Damn guy, let go of me. I want to fight you to the death." "It's useless. You can't beat me. Seeing that we fought side by side against the Heavenly Clouds mansion a few months ago, I won't hurt you," Lin Xian said as he walked toward the arena. He wanted to throw Qing Wu out of the arena. This way, he could win the competition without hurting Qing Wu. Qing Wu was naturally unwilling. She did not get along with Lin Xian. Now that she was being carried by him, she wanted to die. As a proud princess, when had she ever been close to other men, not to mention being carried in public? "Break!" Qing Wu shouted coldly. She used her bloodline power and broke the seal with a powerful force. However, she found that she could not use her bloodline power at all. She could only watch helplessly. Not long after, Lin Xian came to the edge of the arena and gently put Qing Wu down. Then he turned his head to look at the referee elder in the sky and asked in a deep voice, "Elder, can you announce the result?" The referee elder in the sky was also stunned. To be honest, he had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a competition. However, as an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, he quickly recovered and said loudly, "The winner of the first round is Lin Xian of the Full Moon Peak." Chapter 3081. Lin Xian won the first round and got off to a good start. Logically speaking, the people of Full Moon Peak should be excited. However, those geniuses of Full Moon Peak had very strange expressions. Many of their faces even darkened. Although Lin Xian is our Full Moon Peak's genius, why do I want to beat him up so much? Me too. How dare he treat my goddess Qing Wu like this? I won't let him off. If Full Moon Peak was like this, the other peaks were even more so. Especially the people of Ethereal Peak, they were about to go crazy. Murderous aura soared into the sky. Countless gazes turned into rainbows, staring at Lin Xian. "Damn kid, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Fight me if you have the ability." Countless roars turned into thunder, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian didn't care at all because these people weren't his match. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter the arena. However, in the next moment, he frowned. He noticed that there were a few cold gazes in the surrounding crowd. One of them was even more terrifying, as if it had turned into the domineering aura of heaven and earth, surging towards him. Lin Xian felt this domineering aura and turned his head. Their gazes collided in the air. Jun Wuya. He frowned slightly. Although he hadn't seen him before, he had heard of him before. Jun Wuya cultivated the domineering aura of heaven and earth and walked the path of an earth sovereign. This guy should be a prince of the Divine Wind Empire. He also knew a little about Jun Wuya's origin. Of course, Jun Wuya wasn't a prince of this generation. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have known him long ago. He should be a prince from a few hundred years ago. "Kid, I won't let you off. You'd better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret everything you've done today." Jun Wuya's voice was cold, as if he was the king of the mortal world, able to judge everything. Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. He was ready to learn. After saying this, he walked down the arena. Yi Fei, Xueling, and the rest looked at Lin Xian with strange gazes. Only Shen Jingqiu smiled and said, "Brother Lin Xian is so gentle." Gentle? Everyone was dumbfounded by Shen Jingqiu's words. The first match ended just like that. But soon, the second and third matches began one after another. Everyone stepped onto the stage and displayed their formidable strength. Lin Xian was also watching from the side. It had to be said that these few months of hard work had allowed the strength of these geniuses to improve by leaps and bounds. Many of them had become even stronger than before. The northern goblin went up. Amidst a series of exclamations, the northern goblin walked forward. His opponent, however, had a gloomy look on his face. He was a genius from the Divine Strategy Peak and was ranked 5th on the Divine Strategy Peak. However, he was no match for the North Demon. Therefore, when he stepped into the arena, he shook his head and said, "I admit defeat." The speed at which this match ended was even faster than Lin Xian and Qing Wu. Did he admit defeat? Everyone looked as if they already knew. After all, apart from Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and a few others who could contend against the North Demon, the others were simply no match for him. Admitting defeat was a very normal thing. Han Fei shook his head. His opponent was too weak. He couldn't tell how strong the Northern Demon was. Perhaps only the top 5 geniuses could make the Northern Demon take them seriously. Yu Linglong, who was standing at the side, also sighed. Soon, they all stepped onto the stage. Yu Linglong and Han Fei were also incomparably powerful. They killed their opponents in one move. Jun Wuya and Huangfu Beitian also killed their opponents in one move. This caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. As expected of the top 5 geniuses, they were simply too powerful. The top 3 would most likely emerge from these 5 geniuses. Boom! 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 On the arena, a demon-like person walked up. His demonic aura was monstrous and enveloped the entire area. It was the Black Demon. His opponent was also extremely extraordinary. He was the 3rd-ranked genius of the Divine Strategy Peak, Cui Shi. When the two of them entered the arena, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Both of them were super experts. It would definitely be a fierce battle for them to meet in advance. Everyone became excited. However, the outcome of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. 10 moves, only 10 moves. The Black Demon defeated Cui Shi in just 10 moves. Everyone was shocked. The elders were also surprised. This Black Demon was incredible. His strength had increased so quickly. That's right. Last time, Cui Shi's ranking was similar to his. Even if the two of them were to fight, it would take a few hundred moves. Who would have thought that the Black Demon would win in just 10 moves? This guy must have encountered an incredible fortuitous encounter when he fell into the abyss. What an interesting guy. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shui Jiu sneered. Mo Tian's expression was solemn. On the other side, a girl named Chu Ling's eyes flickered. She was the 3rd-ranked genius of the Ethereal Peak. The 3 of them felt the threat from the Black Demon. Han Fei, Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong, and the rest did not care. Although the Black Demon was strong, they did not put him in their eyes. After defeating his opponent, the Black Demon stopped Lin Xian and Huangfu Beitian, who were below the arena. He sneered, "Brat, just you wait. I will let you know how powerful I am. This time, I will trample you under my feet. You are no match for me." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He did not care. This scene made the Black Demon vomit blood. "Don't be so arrogant. I will let you know how powerful I am." He walked down the arena with a cold face. After that, Shui Jiu Mo Tian and the rest also displayed their powerful strength. They were not weaker than the Black Demon. Among them, there were 2 people who surprised everyone. Just like Lin Xian, the 2 of them were newcomers, and both of them were peerless beauties. One of them was Xun Jingqiu. Xun Jingqiu was now at Linglong Peak. She had also participated in this competition. Her strength had increased very quickly. The purple aura around her body was very hazy and mysterious. She defeated her opponent, causing countless people to exclaim in surprise. The elders were also surprised. If I remember correctly, this little girl should be a spiritual body, right? Not bad. No wonder her strength increased so quickly. She has reached the peak, right? The Grand Elder was also surprised. When everyone sensed Xun Jingqiu's cultivation, they were all stunned. 9-star peak. This level of cultivation was simply too shocking. One had to know that the North Demon, Han Fei, and the others were only at the peak of the 9-star peak. They were still a distance away from the peak. However, Shen Jingqiu had reached the peak of the 9-star peak. Moreover, she was so young. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had not checked it before. Now that he saw it, he was extremely surprised. He was only at the mid-stage of the 9-star peak, but Shen Jingqiu's cultivation had far surpassed his. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon said, "Brat, don't be surprised. The characteristic of a spiritual body is that it cultivates quickly." Previously, this little girl's cultivation had always been ahead of the other prodigies. It could be said that she was the first batch to become a 9-star king. Now that she has reached the peak of the 9-star peak, it is very normal. The others were amazed and envious. Although cultivation was not the final factor that determined a person's strength, it was the most important factor. The higher one's cultivation was, the more powerful one would be. Chapter 3082. Of course, that might not be the case. After all, secret techniques, divine abilities, bloodlines, fortuitous encounters, cultivation techniques, weapons, and so on could all affect one's final combat strength. Otherwise, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't have been able to kill a 9-star king when they were only 8-star kings. Therefore, although Shen Jingqiu was now a perfected 9-star king, she was still no match for the North Demon. However, that might not be the case in the future. If Shen Jingqiu broke through to half-saint or saint in advance, she would be able to crush these prodigies with the suppression of her cultivation realm. At the thought of this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect Shen Jingqiu to have such terrifying potential. The eyes of the 4 peak masters flickered. The supreme elders were also discussing in low voices. Even the mansion master was a little interested. It was indeed a golden age. The divine 9-yang body, myriad demon body, and spirit body had all appeared. They wondered if this little girl would be able to meet someone from the spirit tribe in the future. If she could, her achievements would be limitless. Perhaps she could obtain that item. At this point, the old mansion master's eyes flashed with an illusory star. Apart from Shen Jingqiu, there was another young woman who attracted everyone's attention. Even Lin Xian was paying close attention. The woman in the arena was called Zhong Lingxiu. She was a newcomer of the Moon Gaze Peak. Zhong Lingxiu was dressed in plain clothes. Beside her was a green lotus that swayed gently. The violent power made her opponent vomit blood. This woman was so mysterious. They couldn't see through her. Han Fei frowned. Yu Linglong also nodded. Interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. The North Demon's eyes were also solemn, as if he wanted to see through everything. The elders were also surprised. Could the green lotus be related to that item? They thought of a possibility, but they soon shook their heads. The 4 peak masters were also shocked. The Moon Gaze Peak Master was especially happy. He didn't expect there to be such a prodigy, apart from Lin Xian. In the past, Zhong Lingxiu was only ranked 10th. Although she was stunning, Lin Xian was ahead of her. Moreover, she didn't have the chance to comprehend the Moon Gaze wordless steel. Therefore, although everyone was shocked, they soon forgot about it. But now, Zhong Lingxiu had once again displayed her powerful strength, directly attracting everyone's attention. Mansion Master, is the green lotus related to that item? Related to that person? A grand elder asked from the side. The mansion lord's eyes flickered, and he shook his head slightly. That didn't seem to be the case. However, he remembered that it was something else. If that was the case, then the ancient path of the starry sky would be really interesting. At that time, it would definitely be very exciting. Hearing the Valley Master's words, the surrounding grand elders were all astonished. What could be praised by the Valley Master like this? Could it be even more terrifying than the dragon sword soul, the spiritual body, the holy body, and the infinite demon body? One had to know that these physiques were all famous peerless physiques in the ancient times. Once they were mastered, they could sweep through the world and shock the world. If it really was her, then she would definitely pose a threat to Lin Xian, the North Demon, and the others. Perhaps in the future he would be able to suppress Lin Xian, the Northern Demon, and the others. Even the top experts and geniuses on the ancient path of stars who had passed many trials would have a headache, let alone these young fellows. In fact, they might even be overtaken by the geniuses. The mansion lord's words shocked everyone. Many of the Grand Elders could not believe that Zhong Lingxiu had such potential. The intense battles made everyone's blood boil. Lin Xian fought a few times and entered the finals. Shen Jingqiu, Zhong Lingxiu, He Mo, and the others also entered the finals. The top geniuses of the 4 peaks also entered the finals. After that, everyone became even more excited. Although the first few rounds were exciting, the top geniuses like the North Demon and Yu Linglong did not use their full strength at all. They usually defeated their opponents with a single move. It was not enough for them to watch. In the finals, the top geniuses would also fight. At that time, it would be a truly exciting battle. The finals were still drawn. Lin Xian still drew lot number 1. First up, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and came to the arena. I wonder who my opponent is. Kid, I didn't expect it to be you. The heavens are really helping me. How dare you bully Qinggu? I'll teach you a good lesson later. A majestic voice sounded. Then a domineering figure walked up. Jun Wuya. The first battle was between Lin Xian and Jun Wuya. The surrounding people screamed like crazy. Even many of the Grand Elders stood up, their faces filled with excitement. Although they knew that the finals would be exciting, they did not expect it to be so intense. Right off the bat, the 2 top geniuses were exchanging blows with one another. Lin Xian, second place of the moon-gazing peak, comprehended the moon-gazing, wordless steel. He was a once-in-10,000 years genius. Jun Wuya was equally terrifying. He was ranked 4th in the House of Prodigy. He was ranked higher than Huangfu Beitian. His domineering aura was terrifying. Recently, it was said that he had a new breakthrough while comprehending the ethereal steel. They were the top geniuses. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between the 2 geniuses. Even the peak masters of the 4 peaks and the supreme elders were looking forward to it. Were they going to fight in advance? They wanted to see what this kid was capable of. The North Demon's eyes flashed. Previously, he was also a little angry about Qingwu's matter. However, compared to anger, he was more shocked. He knew Qingwu's strength very well. However, he found it unbelievable that Lin Xian could seal Qingwu so easily. In the previous rounds, Lin Xian defeated his opponents easily. He did not show his true strength, so the Northern Demon could not see it clearly. However, now that he was fighting Junwia, he should be able to see his full strength. Let me see just how much strength you, the descendant of the great dragon, have. The Northern Demon was looking forward to it. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were also watching with rapt attention. What? You want to stand up for Qingwu? Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian was not afraid. He knew that his opponent was ranked 4th and was very strong. So what? He was not afraid of him. Good kid, you are arrogant enough. Try taking my fist. Jun Wuya shouted angrily and waved his fist. His body surged with a domineering aura. Sky Tyrant Fist. It seemed that Jun Wuya was really angry. He immediately used the Sky Tyrant Fist. This was a half-step Saint martial art. Its strength was terrifying. Indeed, the moment the Sky Tyrant Fist appeared, lightning fell between heaven and earth. Everyone's body trembled. Fortunately, at that moment, they were inside the formation and watching from the clouds. Otherwise, just the aftermath of the energy would be enough to injure them. Sky Tyrant Fist? Half-step Saint martial art. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand, and the fire Qilin sword appeared in the sky. He held it and slashed it down. Chapter 3083. Between heaven and earth, a sword light flashed, splitting apart all the lightning and destroying the terrifying fist. The domineering aura was strong, but it wasn't powerful enough. Lin Xian commented indifferently. How arrogant. How can you understand my fist technique? Sky Tyrant Fist's second move. Jun Wei's face sank as he attacked again. One had to admit that Jun Wei was extremely terrifying. His strength had already reached the late-stage 9-star king realm. Coupled with his half-saint martial arts, it was terrifying to the extreme. In the entire extraordinary warrior manor, there were probably only a few people who could defeat him. The monstrous power engulfed Lin Xian. Countless people exclaimed. The martial artists of the Full Moon Peak were extremely nervous. Jun Wei was indeed extraordinary. He had reached such a level with the Sky Tyrant Fist. That's right. This domineering aura could make one's soul tremble before the battle even started. Without exchanging blows, his aura had already overwhelmed the enemy. Although Lin Xian had destroyed the first move of the Sky Tyrant Fist, the second move and the next few moves would be difficult to deal with. Not necessarily. This kid's strength was pretty good. He must have a trump card. Everyone was discussing. In front of them, among the energy in the sky, a golden light flashed and turned into a golden thunderbolt, destroying heaven and earth. Puff! 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 Sword Qi formed a golden lotus that bloomed in the sky, breaking the energy in the sky. I've said it before. It's not powerful enough. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. With a swing of his sword, the sword lotus in the sky quickly expanded and turned into a huge mountain that shrouded the ground. Thousands of sword Qi smashed down, piercing through the void and forming a sword rain that completely enveloped Jun Wei. Get lost. Jun Wei opened the sky with both hands like a peerless overlord, wanting to tear the sword lotus in the sky apart. Boom! 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 His palm was like the palm of a god. In an instant, he grabbed the terrifying sword lotus and pulled it with force. The sword lotus shook violently, but the sword Qi that fell down was even more terrifying. Clang! 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 The sword Qi in the sky crashed down. Jun Wei's domineering aura formed a battle armor that enveloped him. The sword Qi collided with the battle armor, creating a shocking sound. It's useless. You can't break my domineering aura. Jun Wei was very confident, but soon he frowned, and his expression turned ugly. The sword lotus had completely bloomed, and the power of the sword Qi had increased exponentially. Cracks had appeared on his domineering battle armor, and had shattered with a loud bang. Whoosh! In the face of such a terrifying sword Qi, Jun Wei took half a step back and tilted his body, wanting to dodge. However, this sword strike had still managed to cut off a strand of his black hair. In fact, there was even a sword scar on his face. Jun Wei was injured. Countless people screamed in disbelief. Jun Wei's body was trembling, and his eyes were burning with rage. How dare you injure me? You have committed a heinous crime. I will let you know my true strength. With a shout, Jun Wei's aura became terrifying. Sovereign's descent. Surrender. The divine light in his eyes shone brightly, enveloping the entire world. His voice was loud and clear, like the roar of a gigantic spirit god. All the geniuses in the surroundings trembled. Even the faces of the elders changed. Then, a terrifying light gushed out from their bodies. As for those geniuses, they shrieked, "Damn it! Why can't I resist the urge to kneel down and kowtow to him? Even my soul is trembling. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why is it so strange?" The expressions of the people around the arena changed drastically. Their bodies trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and kowtow. Many people bit the tip of their tongues and frantically retreated. Even Yu Linglong and Han Fei were shocked. The only one who could still be considered calm was the Northern Devil. As expected, this kid had made new progress in comprehending the great Tao. The Northern Devil smiled. He's already using this power at this time? It seems that Jun Weia wants to end the battle. Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes flickered, and their expressions were solemn. When the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically. The path of dominance? That was Jun Weia's trump card. If he used it so quickly, would Lin Xian be able to resist it? There were 3,000 great Daos and countless laws. The path of dominance was one of them. Once the path of dominance was used, it was like a supreme king. Everyone would bow down to him. They wouldn't dare to resist. Although Jun Weia hadn't truly comprehended the great Tao, his power far exceeded the power of ordinary runes. Therefore, at this moment, under his power, these geniuses all trembled. Lin Xian was the first to be affected. He felt a force pressing down on him, wanting to make him submit to the person in front of him. That force was too powerful. It was like a god's hand pressing down on his body. Is this the power that's close to the Tao? Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He also had this kind of power, but he had never felt it before. Now that he felt the other party's domineering power, he was incomparably excited. Submit. Another cold shout. Countless people's souls trembled and their eyelids twitched. Lin Xian's side was also under greater pressure. The power that was close to the Tao was too mysterious and too powerful. Jiao Yang's body emitted millions of rays of light, but he also trembled slightly. This wasn't a direct attack, but a different kind of submission. It was a supreme will that directly affected the soul. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, this was a power that was close to the Tao. In the entire elite scholar manor, there were no more than 5 young people who had this kind of power. Jun Weia was one of them. Under this kind of power that was close to the Tao, no one could resist, unless Lin Xian also displayed that kind of power. Impossible. Although Jun Weia was a young genius, he was also a few hundred years old. He had been comprehending the ethereal heavenly steel for a long time, and only then did he comprehend that trace of domineering Tao and obtain this kind of power that was close to the Tao. Although Lin Xian had also comprehended the full moon wordless steel, it had only been a few months. It was impossible for him to succeed. Yes, I heard that he used a power that was close to the Tao to defeat the Poison King, but I didn't believe it at all. Everyone was discussing intensely, and the elders were also nervous. On the full moon peak's side, the great elder's eyes flickered. If you have a power that's close to the Tao, hurry up and use it, he urged in his heart. On the stage, Jun Weia's divine light shone brightly. He stood with his hands behind his back, like a supreme king overlooking everything. Lin Xian's body emitted golden light, like a sun war god, but he trembled slightly, as if he would be defeated at any time. This scene caused countless people to be shocked. However, suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze changed. It became sharper and more determined. A loud voice sounded from his mouth. I, Lin Xian, will not bow to the heavens, nor kneel to the earth. I will only respect myself. Accompanying this voice, the dragon roared in his body. His eyes shone brightly, and his body stopped trembling. Rays of sword qi rushed out from his body, turning into a giant dragon that rushed to the 9 heavens. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth were torn apart, and the wind whistled. Everyone exclaimed, and the elders also stood up, shocked. He actually blocked it. Chapter 3084. Impossible! How can he block such a power that's close to the Tao? He didn't submit. These people were all stunned, especially the elders of the ethereal peak. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Almost no one is a match for a power that's close to the Tao. How did that kid block it? No matter how powerful his sword technique is, it's impossible. Is that the power of the dragon sword soul? Jun Weia was also stunned. His expression became extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That kid didn't kneel down, and submit to me is really beyond my expectations. Dragon sword soul? He gritted his teeth and snorted. Although the dragon sword soul was powerful, it was still inferior to the power that was close to the Tao. Only the Tao is eternal between heaven and earth. If the ruler wants the subject to die, the subject must die. Jun Wuya shouted again. Boom! Countless runes rolled on his body, and his domineering aura covered the entire world. For a moment, everyone trembled again. Many people screamed, "Damn it, what's going on? Why do I want to draw my sword and kill myself? Block it." Clang! Some people couldn't help but draw their weapons. In the next moment, they threw away their weapons in horror and retreated crazily. Seeing this scene, the elders once again set up the array formation and completely enveloped the disciples who didn't participate in the battle. Between heaven and earth, only Lin Xian and Junwia were not enveloped by the array formation. It's too terrifying. How can this be? Wang Ji's body trembled. He looked at the long sword on the ground with a face full of horror. At that moment, he had drawn his sword and wanted to stab his own heart. The power of the Tao, that's the power of the Tao. There's also a flying dagger at Yi Fei's fingertips, and it was very close to his neck. Moreover, he was swept by the aftermath of the power. One could imagine how terrifying the impact would be for Lin Xian, since he was the first to bear the brunt of it. That was the power that was close to the Tao. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was terrified and envious. If the power that was close to the Tao was already so terrifying, how powerful would the laws of the Great Path be? If the saints wanted to kill them, they could turn countless invincible kings into ashes with a single sentence. Everyone below the saints were ants. Jun Wuya wasn't a saint, not even a half-saint. However, he had grasped a power that was close to the Tao. He was completely superior to those invincible kings. Buzz! Under this force, Lin Xian's hands trembled slightly. He raised the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, wanting to stab himself. Lin Xian's powers, and his eyes shone brightly. Can affect me? It's a power that's close to the Tao. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The great dragon sword soul within his body roared wildly as a surge of power surged into his hand. Instantly, his hand stopped trembling and became as steady as a rock. His hand was steady. T can't be. Everyone, Jun can't believe it. Damn it, how did he do it? Black Demon's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. He knew that he was no match for Junwia. However, Lin Xian blocked it, and it looked like it was effortless. He couldn't believe it. Huangfu Beitian was shocked as well. Even Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes were wide open. The North Monster's eyes flickered. Looks like he's comprehended a power that's close to the Tao. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block Jun Wuya's attack. This guy is indeed an opponent worth looking forward to. Buzz! Lin Xian stabilized his hand and slashed with his sword. A huge crack appeared in the sky, spreading rapidly as it charged forward. Jun Wuya's pupils shrank. His figure flashed, and he dodged the sword. Damn it, you're not affected. How is that possible? Jun Wuya was the most shocked. Did his domineering Tao lose its effect? That was impossible. Previously, when he faced the peak invincible kings, he used his domineering Tao. Those invincible kings had to kneel before him and commit suicide. No one could resist him. But now, both of his attacks were ineffective. Who could tell him? What's going on? Lin Xian's expression was cold. A power that's close to the Tao? That's powerful. However, that's all there is to your domineering Tao. Next, I'll show you my power that's close to the Tao. What did he say? He has a power that's close to the Tao? That's impossible. The crowd screamed crazily. The elders trembled. Could it be that this kid has really comprehended a power that's close to the Tao? It's only been a few months. Is he going to defy the heavens? The crowd went crazy. At that moment, even the peak masters and grand elders' expressions changed. Their eyes flickered as they stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see if Lin Xian was putting on an act, or did he really have such power? On the stage, Jun Wuya was stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Kid, what did you say? You have a power that's close to the Tao? What a joke! His face was full of disdain, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He admitted that the other party was able to get the recognition of the moongazer steel. His talent was heaven-defying. But so what? It's only been a few months since he got the moongazer steel. What can he do in these few months? As for me, I've been in extraordinary scholar manner for more than 100 years. Since 100 years ago, I began to comprehend the ethereal steel. It was only in the recent 10 years that I succeeded in comprehending a trace of power, obtaining a power that's close to the Tao. Just like that, I'm already a peerless genius, ranked forth in the entire extraordinary scholar manner. How can a newcomer compete with me? I don't believe that he has such power. You don't believe it? Don't worry, I'll let you see it. Lin Xian raised his finger and pointed forward. Annihilation. Is he going to make a move? Everyone was nervous. The elders were also watching nervously. Jun Huia was stunned. He was on high alert. Lin Xian had the sword qi of the great dragon sword spirit. It was terrifying. He was afraid that the other party would use some sharp sword technique. Hence, he was prepared. But in the next moment, he was stunned. There was no terrifying sword qi rushing out from the other party. What's going on? Is it a bluff? Kid, you're really funny. Do you think that I, Jun Huia, am scared? Jun Huia snorted in disdain. He took a step forward and was about to attack. He didn't believe that the other party could grasp such power. Buzz! Suddenly, his entire right arm turned into ashes and no longer existed. Ah! Jun Huia let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His right arm quickly disappeared, vanishing into thin air. How is this possible? Jun Huia was dumbfounded. He half knelt on the ground and covered his wound. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. Chapter 3085. Heavens, what happened? Who can explain it? Those geniuses widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Those elders were also trembling. The great elder stood up. The peak master sucked in a breath of cold air, and even the mansion master's eyes were shining brightly, illuminating the entire world. A power that was close to the Tao. Damn it! How could this kid have such power? Impossible, he had only comprehended it for a few months. Could it be that he was already so heaven-defying? Is this kid still human? These people were all crazy. The black demon's body trembled and his face twisted. He roared crazily. Damn it! How could he have comprehended it? I don't believe it. How could he have comprehended a power that was close to the Tao? Huangfu Beitian was also stunned. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others screamed. The North Demon's eyes flickered. It appeared, this power really appeared. He had mastered this power, and it seemed to be a very domineering and destructive power. Lin Xian's move shocked everyone in the Mansion Master. Countless people were terrified. On the arena, Jun Huia also came back to his senses. He screamed crazily. I don't believe it. How did you comprehend it? He had gone crazy. It took him 100 years to comprehend it, but the other party comprehended it in a few months? How could the gap be so big? He had never heard of it before. Even Yi Guqing wasn't so terrifying back then. Seeing Jun Huia roaring crazily and no longer having the domineering aura of a king, Lin Xian sneered. Don't use your ant-like vision to understand me. I'm not an existence that you can understand. As he spoke, he waved the long sword in his hand again and swept it out. Annihilation of the sword. The blade drew an arc, and an incomparably terrifying power was used. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. Nothing could resist it. This was a power that was close to the Tao, a power that Lin Xian had comprehended. Jun Huia's body swayed, and he threw out a few sky tyrant fists, but they all turned into ashes. At the next moment, he came to the other side. The king's order disappear. Now, Jun Huia had no choice but to use his domineering Tao to resist. This domineering Tao was extremely terrifying. He was like a supreme king, commanding everyone and everything. For example, making people kneel or making people commit suicide. Now, he wasn't targeting Lin Xian. Instead, he was targeting the destructive power and making it disappear. In the sky, the strange sword qi indeed stopped. Its light dimmed and its power weakened, as if it was about to disappear. This was the power of the Tao of dominance. However, the domineering Tao wasn't having it easy either. Under the power of annihilation, it was disappearing slowly as well. Two powers that were close to the Tao collided in the sky. In an instant, the surrounding void collapsed and was annihilated, turning into countless large black holes. It was soundless, but it was more terrifying than a myriad of divine abilities. Everyone knew that right now, even if a king at the perfect level stood there, he would be instantly killed, unable to escape at all. You really do possess a power that is close to the Tao. Junwei was too shocked. With this kind of power, one would have the qualifications to stand at the peak of the extraordinary warrior mansion. The other party was a very powerful enemy. But so what? Junwei smiled. I admit that you are very strong, and your talent is heaven-defying. I have never seen anyone who could comprehend this kind of power so quickly, but it's a pity that you still met me. Junwei's body emitted a terrifying aura, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. If it was me a few months ago, I might not have been your match. Unfortunately, in these few months, I have a breakthrough in my comprehension of heaven and earth. My control of the Tao of dominance has improved again. So, you are not my opponent at all. Next, I will let you see my true strength. Sovereign descends. As he spoke, the power of the Tao of dominance in front of him became stronger again. It was as if a heavenly emperor had been resurrected, looking down on the world. At this moment, everyone felt that they were insignificant and would be crushed at any time. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, they didn't expect Junwei to be hiding his strength. This kind of power that is close to the Tao is too terrifying. It has already surpassed Lin Xian. Unless Lin Xian had other trump cards, he couldn't win at all. What other trump cards could he have? Being close to the Tao was already his greatest trump card. Everyone shook their heads. Although Lin Xian was monstrously strong, he was probably going to lose this time. Has his strength increased again? Seeing that the sword qi he sent out was slowly disappearing, and the emperor figure was getting stronger and stronger, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. True strength? Well, I will let you see it. With a low roar, the great dragon sword soul erupted. The power of the great dragon sword soul overlapped with the power of annihilation. In front of him, the sword light was originally dim and about to be extinguished at any time. But suddenly it seemed to be injected with a mysterious power and suddenly soared. It slashed in the air. The emperor figure was cut in half at the waist. Whoosh! The emperor figure and the illusion condensed by the Tao of dominance disappeared. Junwei vomited blood and fell to the ground. How is this possible? He actually broke my Tao of dominance. Could it be that he was also hiding his strength? Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Junwei's body trembled. The others were also stunned. They were like statues, their minds in a daze. This scene was simply too inconceivable. He won, he actually won. The northern monster's pupils shrank. He knew Junwei's strength. In his opinion, it would not be easy for Lin Xian to win against Junwei. It was even possible that both of them would be injured. But now, Lin Xian actually suppressed Junwei. He was not injured at all. It seems that his strength is beyond my imagination. The northern monster took a deep breath. Yu Linglong and Han Fei were both shocked. They could feel an immense threat. A rising genius was charging towards them. They had no choice but to treat him with caution. They were afraid that if they encountered Lin Xian in the future, they would have to use their full strength. Otherwise, they would end up like Junwei. The black demon's body trembled, and his face was filled with fear. He originally wanted to challenge Lin Xian. He thought that his strength had increased greatly in the past few months, and he could easily trample on Lin Xian. But now, after seeing the battle between Lin Xian and Junwuya, he immediately changed his mind. Fight with Lin Xian? Trample on Lin Xian? What a joke! Even Junwuya, who had comprehended the Tao of dominance, was not a match for him, let alone him. Now, he only hoped that they would not encounter each other. The Great Elder, the Four Peak Masters, and the Mansion Master were also overjoyed. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. Finally, another peerless genius had appeared in their extraordinary scholar mansion. This guy would not be any weaker than Yi Guqing when he grew up. This kid had the aura of an emperor. His future achievements were limitless. The Mansion Master nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 3086. Winner, Full Moon Peak's Lin Xian. The referee elder hurriedly announced the result. Soon, someone carried Junwuya off the stage. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he arrived below the stage. He stood with his hands behind his back and continued to watch the battle. This guy actually won. He actually comprehended the full moon wordless steel. How despicable! Qing Wu was stunned, and so was Zhong Lingxiu. Xin Jingqiu was even happier. Her big eyes turned into crescents. The battle continued. This time, it was Shui Jiyu and Heimo's battle. When the two of them appeared, the crowd exclaimed again. The two of them were also outstanding sky prides. If the Northern Yao, Yulinglong, and the others were top-tier sky prides who had comprehended the Tao, then Shui Jiyu and Heimo were in the second tier. Whether it was Heimo or Shui Jiyu, they were top-tier existences even in the second tier. Especially the two of them, who had recently become very famous. Heimo had fought his way back from the fallen abyss, while Shui Jiyu had fought her way back from the blood refinement star. Both places were extremely dangerous. There were even places where half-saints were unwilling to enter. However, not only did the two of them enter, but they also came back alive. Their strength had greatly increased. On the stage, Shui Jiyu waved her blood-red scimitar and turned into a god of death. Monstrous blood-red light surged in all directions and covered the entire sky. The blood in the crowd's body roiled. The murderous aura almost made many people faint. On the other side, Heimo was even more violent. His demonic aura filled the sky. The battle between the two was like a god of death fighting a demon king. It was earth-shattering. All kinds of magical techniques emerged one after another. Even the elders nodded in satisfaction. The two of them were not bad. Their strength had greatly increased compared to before. Is Shui Jiyu going to use blood crystal? An elder exclaimed. Heimo was going to use the 9 heavens fallen demon. In the sky, countless blood-red scimitar lights quickly condensed into a blood-red figure. It carried a powerful force as it charged forward. On the other side, the 9 heavens were upside down. Countless black runes formed a black abyss. The two terrifying forces exploded, destroying the world. Terrifying energy soared into the sky. In the end, Black Demon won by half a move, and a hellish crack pierced through the blood-red figure, causing Shui Jiyu to cough up blood and fly back. Win! Heimo actually won. Everyone cried out in surprise. This was a scene they had never imagined. Before, although Heimo was strong, he was ranked behind Shui Jiyu. Who would have thought that he would be able to make a comeback this time? The people of Full Moon Peak were also screaming crazily. First it was Lin Xian, and now it was Black Devil. This time, their Full Moon Peak was going to soar into the sky. Huangfu Beitian had yet to make his move. How would he perform this time? Everyone was looking forward to it. Not long after, Huangfu Beitian made his move. He walked up to the arena. Everyone screamed because his opponent had also come up. Han Fei. It was actually the 3rd ranked Han Fei. Huangfu Beitian was going to lose. Han Fei was extremely terrifying. He was even ranked above Junwuya. Junwu had already comprehended the power of Tao, so Han Fei must have comprehended it as well. Moreover, its power was even greater than Junwuya's. They wondered how Huangfu Beitian would contend against him. Huangfu Beitian was ranked 5th. They wondered if he had comprehended the power of Tao. They did not know. Last time, they did not see him use it. Perhaps this time, he might have comprehended it. After all, Lin Xian had not fought with Huangfu Beitian on Full Moon Peak, so no one could make Huangfu Beitian use his true power. Everyone was watching this battle. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. He wondered what kind of power Han Fei had comprehended that was close to the Tao. He had already experienced Jun Wuya's domineering Tao, but he had not seen Han Fei, Yulinglong, and the Northern Demon's Tao. He could take advantage of this battle to observe. On the arena, neither of them spoke. Huangfu Beitian did not waste any time talking. He directly pulled out his mad blade and slashed forward. Wherever the long blade went, the void would be shattered. Han Fei was wearing a purple armor. Endless lightning rushed out of his body, instantly forming a lightning domain. He did not use his power of Tao. Instead, he used his king domain. After all, for these prodigies, the power of Tao was also a trump card. They could not use it casually. The purple lightning domain was extremely terrifying. It covered heaven and earth, and endless lightning fell from the sky. Every bolt of lightning could kill an invincible king. The elders were all astonished when they saw this. The elders of Divine Tactics Peak exclaimed. Han Fei's strength had increased again. Yes, although he was only at the peak of the 9-star realm, those at the peak of the invincible realm were not his match. Not only that, his lightning was approaching a limit. If it went any higher, it would be at the half-step saint level. If a half-step saint did not use the power of laws, it would be difficult to resist this lightning. Everyone discussed. Without a doubt, the purple lightning domain was extremely terrifying. The sky full of lightning enveloped Huangfu Beitian and swallowed him. Huangfu Beitian slashed in all directions with his long blade. The purple lightning that rushed toward him was all destroyed by him. He used his maximum speed and charged forward. What a violent saber technique! Countless experts exclaimed. The elders' eyelids also twitched. They originally thought that with Han Fei's strength, he could win by using his king domain. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated Huangfu Beitian. At this moment, Huangfu Beitian was charging forward like a god of sabers. Nothing could stop him wherever he went. The surrounding lightning kept shattering, and the void collapsed. Pung pung pung. In an instant, Huangfu Beitian broke through the purple lightning clouds and arrived in front of Han Fei. Han Fei let out a soft exclamation of surprise. You can break through my lightning domain. I really underestimated you. Pa! He raised his hand and struck forward. Huangfu Beitian's saber became stronger and more violent. In the end, even Yu Linglong, the North Demon, and the others were surprised. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He exclaimed in his heart, "This Huangfu Beitian is incredible. His saber technique is so sharp." He nodded in admiration. He was a swordsman. A swordsman was similar to a saber artist. At this moment, he could see that Huangfu Beitian's saber was not only sharp, but also precise and violent. Every strike had its effect. He did not waste a single bit of energy. No wonder Huangfu Beitian could be ranked first on the Full Moon Peak. Compared to Mo, he was much stronger. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He had seen the Black Demon's previous battle. It was very terrifying. However, in his opinion, it was too wasteful. Although the demonic aura was monstrous, most of the energy was just dazzling. It was not a threat to the opponent. However, Huangfu Beitian was different. His power was all concentrated on his saber. One saber strike could destroy everything. Lin Xian was sure that if Huangfu Beitian fought the Black Demon with all his strength, he would be able to defeat the Black Demon in 3 strikes. However, he still shook his head. If it was before, Huangfu Beitian would indeed be a great threat to him. However, it was different now. He had comprehended 2 types of power that were close to the Tao. He had completely surpassed ordinary invincible kings. If Huangfu Beitian did not have such power, he would not be a match for him at all. Chapter 3087. Han Fei was astonished by Huangfu Beitian's saber. I didn't expect your saber technique to be so sharp. I admit that if I don't use my final trump card, I might not be able to suppress you 100%. Unfortunately, I'm going to get serious. The purple lightning around Han Fei's body became even more terrifying as he spoke. Let me show you my Tao of lightning. Great destruction. Han Fei's aura had changed. He struck out with his palm, and the sky was completely torn apart. Endless lightning struck Huangfu Beitian and sent him flying. Huangfu Beitian's frenzied saber also broke into two halves with a clang. A power close to the Tao had appeared. Great destruction. As soon as this power appeared, it destroyed everything. The people of the divine Will Peak screamed, and the elders let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian stared at the sky with burning eyes. The Tao of lightning was one of the 3,000 Taos of heaven and earth. Furthermore, it was an extremely violent type. The power of lightning was one of the most violent forces in the world, and lightning-type experts were known for their violent destruction. At this moment, the Tao of thunder that Han Fei had comprehended was unleashed, it truly destroyed everything. The power was 100 times stronger than the demonic aura and endless sea of blood that Shui, Jiue, and the Black Demon had displayed. The Black Demon, Shui, Jiue, and the others trembled under the power, and their faces were filled with despair. Huangfu Beitian also spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the broken saber in his hand and shook his head, helplessly. He stood up. I still have one last attack that I haven't used yet. It's useless. You're no match for me. Han Fei shook his head. However, Huangfu Beitian did not admit defeat. He took a step forward and yelled, Final saber. I intend to defeat the heavens. Huangfu Beitian yelled, and the light on his body was extremely bright, like the sun. It was so bright that the crowd could not open their eyes. No way Huangfu Beitian is still going to attack. His saber is already broken. The surrounding Sky Pride screamed, and the elders were shocked. He's treating himself as a saber with this move. This guy is really crazy. Buzz! Buzz! Huangfu Beitian turned into a saber and descended from the sky. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and his face sank. The final saber? It's indeed powerful, but it's still not enough. Great spear of destruction, boundless lightning surged around his body, forming a purple divine spear of annihilation that pierced forward. Boom! Boom! A terrifying power erupted between heaven and earth. Huangfu Beitian was sent flying, his face pale. On the other side, the purple divine spear also paused slightly as it shattered the void. Seeing this scene, the referee elder immediately announced that Han Fei was the victor. The full moon peak's grand elder's figure flickered, and he took Huangfu Beitian away. As expected, everyone sighed. In front of a power that was close to the Tao, no matter how powerful a divine ability was, it was useless. Han Fei retracted all of his power, his expression somewhat cold. His final attack had actually failed to pierce through his opponent. Instead, his opponent had actually caused his great destruction spear to pause slightly. This was simply inconceivable. This Huangfu Beitian was also a fierce man. Once he comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, his strength would probably undergo an earth-shaking change. Han Fei took a deep breath and left the arena. This battle shook the heavens and the earth, truly shocking everyone. Although Huangfu Beitian did not comprehend anything close to the power of the Tao, his final words were like a blade, shocking the heavens and shocking enough to shock everyone. Even the elders exclaimed in surprise, transforming into a saber, the ultimate slash. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he was astounded. This Huangfu Beitian was not far away from comprehending a power that was close to the Tao. He was only one step away from comprehending it. He knew that Huangfu Beitian would be able to comprehend it soon after the battle. But what about this competition? Huangfu Beitian had no chance of coming in the top 3. However, the final slash did give Lin Xian some inspiration. Lin Xian could feel that his understanding of the sword Dao had improved. The following battles were even more intense. The participants continued to draw lots in the next round. After the first round, Lin Xian was matched against the Black Demon in the second round. The Black Demon wore an unpleasant expression. He even had the urge to kill himself. 10 days ago, he had returned in a domineering manner with great confidence. In his opinion, he would be able to crush both Huangfu Beitian and Lin Xian under his feet. He would become the strongest cultivator of the Full Moon Peak. He might even be able to make it to the top 5. However, when he saw Lin Xian defeating Junmia with a power that was close to the Dao, the Black Demon knew that there was no way he could defeat Lin Xian. He was no match for Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian could probably defeat him with a single move. Furthermore, he would be severely injured. The Black Demon could not accept such a huge difference. He felt that his hard work, effort, and pride over the past few months had all been crushed into pieces by Lin Xian. I admit defeat. On the stage, Black Demon used all of his strength to say these 3 words. At that moment, he could even hear the sound of his heart shattering. Lin Xian did not make his move. He did not even look at the Black Demon. His opponent was no match for him at all. He could not even take a single move from him. Winning without a fight. This was another person who had done it after the North Demon. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. His fame was comparable to the North Demon. This kid could definitely make it to the top 3. Who could he push down? It would be difficult. The top 3 had all comprehended a power that was close to the Dao. They were all very terrifying. Although this kid was strong and had defeated Junmia, it would not be easy for him to squeeze into the top 3. Lin Xian, it's my turn. Lin Xian came down, and on the other side, Shin Jingqiu walked up. Be careful, don't get hurt. Lin Xian was concerned. It was that spiritual body. She was also very strong. He wondered who her opponent was. The surrounding martial artists and elders were all interested when they saw Shin Jingqiu on the arena. This time, Shin Jingqiu had also displayed her powerful strength. Her cultivation was probably the highest among the younger generation of the elite warrior manor. Humph! A cold snort was heard. Then a man in silver armor flew through the air and landed on the arena. Lightning surrounded his body, supporting a lightning domain as if he was the god of thunder. Mo Tian, it was actually him. Mo Tian, the second disciple of the divine strategy peak, ranked 7th in the elite warrior manor. His strength was unquestionable. Moreover, it was rumored that Mo Tian had recently found the ruins of a half-step saint and obtained a lot of good things. It was over. That Shan Jingqiu was going to be in danger. Yes, although she was a spiritual body and had a high cultivation, her combat strength was not the strongest. If she was lucky, she could make it to the top 10. But now that she had encountered Mo Tian, she would probably be defeated. She could only blame her bad luck. But it was not a big deal. She was very young. Even if she failed this time, it did not matter. With her talent, strength, and appearance, she would definitely be the future goddess of the elite warrior manor. Perhaps Qingwu's status would be challenged. Indeed, everyone was very excited. One could imagine how popular Shin Jingqiu would be in the elite warrior manor in the coming days. Chapter 3088. Below the arena, Lin Xian frowned slightly. The crimson dragon beside him was also muttering to himself. She should be fine, right? Shin Jingqiu clenched her fists when she heard the discussions around her. Her expression turned serious, and her body exuded a hazy purple aura. Do these people not think highly of me? However, I won't lose. Shin Jingqiu snorted coldly in her heart. Brother Lin Xian is so strong. He has already comprehended the power of the Tao. As his woman, I can't be a burden. Brother Lin Xian, don't worry. I'm not just a pretty face. I'll win for sure. Xun Jingqiu slowly formed a seal with her hands. Opposite her, Mo Tian's body was surrounded by lightning. He looked ahead and said coldly, "It's useless. You're not my match." Silver armor lightning ring. Mo Tian opened his mouth and spat out a ring. It was formed by silver lightning. Once it appeared, it flashed with terrifying lightning runes and streaked across the sky. Terrifying energy undulations surged forward, trying to pierce through Xinjingqiu. The power that was learned in the book was simply too terrifying and violent. Even a peak-tier invincible king would be killed instantly. Xinjingqiu didn't retreat in the face of this attack. Her fingers quickly formed a seal, and she shouted, "Cloud grasping fist." Boundless, deathly aura wrapped around Xinjingqiu's jade-like hands as she grabbed forward. What? She wants to grab the silver armor lightning ring with her bare hands? That's impossible. Does she want to die? The runes on the silver armor lightning ring were terrifying. It was clearly the work of a half-saint. This was definitely a treasure that Mo Tian had obtained from a half-saint relic. Even the older invincible kings didn't dare to take such an attack head-on. How dare she do it with her bare hands? Where did she get her confidence from? Her cultivation? However, in front of such a treasure, the gap between their cultivations was very close. The surrounding people were shocked. They thought that Xinjingqiu was too careless. Is there anything wrong with that little girl? The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and golden runes shone. He shook his head slightly. No problem. It seems like I've underestimated Qiu is definitely going to win this battle. These words had the surrounding geniuses bewildered. They then shook their heads and laughed coldly. Lin Xian might be powerful, but Xinjingqiu might not be. Although the other party is your woman, you can't be so confident. Mo Tian was ranked 7th in the House of Prodigy. He was even stronger than He Mo. They didn't believe Lin Xian's words, but in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In front of him, a pair of purple jade-like hands reached out and shuttled through the void. They grabbed the silver lightning ring and squeezed it hard. With a cracking sound, the lightning ring broke into 2 halves. What? He was caught! Everyone was shocked. And he even broke it. Heavens, what kind of method is this? These people were going crazy. Some of the elders were also shocked. Previously, they didn't think highly of Xinjingqiu. They thought that Xinjingqiu was too arrogant to take the attack with her bare hands. It was very likely that he would be seriously injured. However, the result was beyond their expectations. It was actually broken. Mo Tian also frowned as his pupils abruptly shrank. He had never taken the other party seriously before, but from the looks of it now, he had underestimated the other party. Sure enough, you have the ability. No wonder you dare to make a move against me. But that attack just now was just my probing. Next, you will receive a storm-like attack. Mo Tian gave a cold shout. His eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. His body was like lightning as he quickly rushed forward. In an instant, he arrived in front of Xinjingqiu. His palm was like a lightning blade, invincible as it chopped down from the sky. It was comparable to a peak treasure. Rushing thunder hand. It was the lightning great divine ability again. Xinjingqiu turned into a purple cloud and disappeared in an instant. Even though the rushing thunder hand pierced through the cloud, it didn't hurt Xinjingqiu. Following that, the two displayed their great divine abilities and began to contend in the sky. The surrounding people were shocked. At first, they didn't dare to believe it. Then, they burst into exclamations that filled the sky. This Xinjingqiu was really too powerful. Didn't expect that she could actually contend with Mo Tian. Moreover, they were evenly matched. Heavens, is this a spirit body? She's also a newcomer. Why do I feel that everyone who is related to Lin Xian is so perverted? Everyone exclaimed. Those elders were also full of joy. However, Mo Tian frowned. After fighting for so long, he had displayed so many lightning great divine abilities, but he couldn't do anything to his opponent. He couldn't believe it. In the next moment, he gave a violent shout and rushed into the sky. Lightning surrounded his body. The terrifying lightning made people's souls tremble. "Little girl, you've angered me. Next, I'll let you see my new treasure." Emotion stretched out his hand. On his right wrist, there was a string of crystal-clear lightning beads. There were a total of 18 lightning beads drawn on the beads. Each lightning rune transformed into a lightning beast on the lightning beads. The 18 lightning beads were connected together. It was incomparably ferocious. At this moment, under Emotion's powerful lightning power, the 18 lightning beads flickered rapidly. The 18 lightning runes gushed out, and a terrifying power erupted. What was that? It must be a treasure obtained from the half-saint's ruins. It was too powerful. It was second only to the power close to Tao. Perhaps only the power close to Tao and Huangfu Baiyan's ultimate blade could shatter it. Did Shen Jingqiu still have a trump card? If she didn't, she would have lost. Furthermore, she might be severely injured. Everyone started to worry for this beautiful girl again. Shen Jingqiu naturally felt threatened. The lightning runes emitted by the 18 lightning beads made her body tense up. "Humph," she shouted. "Do you want to compete with your final trump card? Come on, I'll let you see my trump card." Spiritual Wuji. With a low shout, a rune appeared between Shen Jingqiu's eyebrows. It was a mysterious blood-red rune. Once this blood-red rune appeared, the spiritual energy in the sky surged. Endless energy surged towards Shen Jingqiu like a rain of light. Shen Jingqiu's aura also rose rapidly. This aura? What's going on? Damn it, how is it possible? The elders stood up, their faces full of shock. Lin Xian was also shocked. Qiu Er's aura had surpassed that of an invincible king. Indeed, Shen Jingqiu was in the complete invincible realm. She had reached the limit of an invincible king. But now, his opponent's cultivation had increased again. Could it be that she was going to enter the half-saint realm? I didn't expect her to cultivate her spiritual body to such a level. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. The surrounding people were horrified. That's not right. A half-saint didn't just increase one's cultivation, but also one's understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. If she didn't understand the Tao of heaven and earth, how could she become a half-saint? That was indeed the case. A half-saint was equivalent to half a step into the realm of a saint. They could already understand the Tao of heaven and earth. The power they controlled surpassed the power close to Tao. It was called the fragment of the laws. It was an incomplete law. Once they understood the complete law, they would break through from a half-saint to a true saint. It could be said that the half-saint realm was below the saints. It was completely above the invincible kings. Chapter 3089. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. What do you know? How can you understand the power of a spirit body? This was a famous physique in ancient times. Her cultivation had already surpassed the invincible king realm. She had not reached the saint realm, but she could reach the half-saint realm. It was just that she had not comprehended the laws. A half-saint realm without comprehending the laws. Countless exclamations were heard. The elders were also shocked. The 4 peak masters and supreme elders were also surprised. The mansion master nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. This little girl is very talented. Even Han Fei, Yu Linglong, and the others were surprised. The northern demon also had a serious expression. In the arena, Emotion frowned. His body trembled slightly. He felt a terrifying pressure coming from his opponent. This pressure was too strong. If Luo Yinyang's cultivation base was a great river, then Luo Yinyang's cultivation base was an endless ocean. This kind of comparison was enough to directly crush him. Buzz. He could not wait any longer. He could not let his opponent's aura completely increase. He waved his arm, and the 18 lightning pearls on his wrist rushed out. They circled in the sky and enlarged like 18 stars. The 18 lightning beasts on the pearls kept roaring. They sometimes turned into ferocious beasts and sometimes into ancient runes. As they rose and fell, bolts of lightning descended from the sky and completely engulfed the area below. The 18 lightning beasts finally burst out at this moment and rushed down. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This was a fatal attack. An invincible King Realm expert could not withstand it. In the sea of lightning, Shun Jingqiu also made her move. The purple cloud armor appeared on her body. She was like a supreme goddess. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding lightning shattered. Then she slapped out a lightning beast that was close to her and sent it flying. She was too strong. Her power had surpassed the invincible King Realm and even reached the level of Huangfu Baitian's ultimate blade. However, the ultimate blade could only be used once. Shen Jingqiu could now maintain this power and form a special state. So strong! Was this the power of a spirit body? Huangfu Baitian was also shocked. Even Han Fei, Junwuya, and the other geniuses who had comprehended the Tao looked solemn. His opponent was currently a half-saint. Although she had not comprehended the laws, she was extremely powerful. She had surpassed the invincible King Realm. However, they were confident that they could defeat the other party. But what if the other party's cultivation level increased to that of a saint? Although there were no laws, with that boundless and ferocious cultivation strength, could it suppress them? They had no idea. Moreover, they did not know if Shen Jingqiu could reach that level. But no matter what, this was an opponent with great potential. The more Shen Jingqiu fought, the braver she became. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, sweeping through all directions. The 18 lightning beasts were beaten by her until they screamed miserably. In the end, they were all turned into ashes. Ka ka ka! Cracks had also appeared on the mysterious lightning bead bracelet. It looked like it would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Mo Tian's face turned extremely ugly. He hurriedly put away the lightning bead bracelet. He had lost. Mo Tian actually lost. Everyone cried out in disbelief. Mo Tian was ranked 7th. How powerful! Especially when he used the 18 lightning beads bracelet, he would be able to fight against Huangfu Baitian. But now he had lost to Shen Jingqiu. It was unbelievable. Why do I feel that Shen Jingqiu is too scary? That move of hers was able to fight against a power that was close to the Tao. I don't know. The power that was close to the Tao was too strange. Unless they really fought, no one would be able to deduce it. I've won. Shen Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. She removed the power of the bloodline, and the rune between her eyebrows disappeared. Her cultivation had also returned to the invincible, great perfection realm. Big brother Lin Xian, Qiu has won. Shen Jingqiu cheered as she ran down the arena. Lin Xian was also very happy. He hugged Shen Jingqiu in his arms. Everyone was extremely envious. Damn, the new goddess is already taken. Many people were disappointed. Shen Jingqiu's appearance, cultivation, strength, and talent were all excellent. She was not inferior to Qinggu at all. She was a new goddess. However, at this moment, when they saw Shen Jingqiu snuggling in Lin Xian's arms with a blissful look on her face, the surrounding geniuses felt their hearts bleeding. They had not even started to fight, but the goddess was already taken? If it wasn't for Lin Xian, I really want to go up and beat him up. Sai, forget it. I'll give Lin Xian some face. These people shook their heads and sighed. It was not that they did not want to fight, but that they could not beat Lin Xian. The competition continued. Next, another peerless genius appeared. It was Zhong Lingxiu. She defeated Xue Jue in a domineering manner, which also shocked the crowd. Shen Jingqiu was already taken, but Zhong Lingxiu did not seem to be. Whoever was able to gain the favor of Fairy Zhong would definitely be extremely lucky. These geniuses, once again, looked at Zhong Lingxiu. However, Zhong Lingxiu's gaze was calm, as if she did not pay special attention to anyone. Lin Xian, the North Demon, and the others also frowned slightly. This was because they saw coldness and disregard in each other's eyes. Indeed, it was coldness and disregard, as if she did not care about the entire world. How confident did she have to be to have such an expression? Was she looking down on the world? Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that Zhong Lingxiu was more mysterious than he thought. He wondered if she had grasped a power that was close to Tao. The competition continued. Everyone went up one after another. Among them, Lin Xian won every match. Xin Jingqiu and Yu Linglong fought and lost to Yu Linglong. Jun Wuya attacked again. After winning a few matches, he lost to Han Fei. Huangfu Beitian, Heimo, and the others also attacked. There were victories and defeats. There were only 4 people who won every match. The North Demon, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and Lin Xian. Buzz! A figure walked up. He wore a purple armor and was surrounded by a purple sea of lightning. It was Han Fei. After Han Fei came up, he looked around. I wonder who his opponent is. No matter who it was, they would be miserable. Other than the North Demon and Yu Linglong, no one could beat him. It's my turn. Lin Xian also walked up the stage. Everyone screamed. What? It's Lin Xian. Lin Xian was going to fight Han Fei. Heavens, is the final battle about to begin? Both of them had won every match. Moreover, both of them had grasped a power that was close to Tao. Who would be the stronger one if the two of them fought? Han Fei stood in the field with a serious expression. His eyebrows and hair were purple and surrounded by powerful lightning. When he saw Lin Xian come up, he said coldly, "The power that you've grasped is close to Tao. It's strange. It's like destruction, but it's silent. It's similar to my Tao of lightning. I really want to know who's stronger between the two of you." At this point, endless lightning surged from Han Fei's body and pierced through the 9 heavens. I want to know too. It seems like I'll be able to get the result now. Lin Xian smiled, then extended a hand in invitation. A terrifying aura surged from his body as if he was a demon king that could destroy everything. Great destruction. Han Fei threw a punch. Terrifying energy surged, and everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed. Chapter 3090. A power that was close to the Tao had appeared. Everyone was amazed when they saw the power of great destruction again. The elders were also excited. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless against this power. Buzz! He waved his sword and executed the Sword of Annihilation. With a slash of the sword destroyed everything. The two collided in the air, and the resulting power made Huangfu Beitian, Emotian, Heimo, and the others scream in horror. It was too terrifying. Most likely, he could defeat them with a single move, or even kill them. Boom! 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 The two forces dissipated at the same time. It was indeed powerful. It was mysterious. It seemed that this power alone could not do anything to you. Han Fei snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, endless lightning quickly formed a spear that he held in his hand. Great Destruction Spear. He waved the spear in his hand and stabbed out. Thousands of light shadows surged forward with the power of destruction. One after another, they were densely packed and enveloped the entire world. This was a law ability. An elder exclaimed. A power that was close to the Tao, coupled with an unparalleled ability. Heavens! Han Fei was too heaven-defying. His application of this power was simply too powerful. In the previous battle, even if it was close to the Tao, he could easily defeat the enemy with just 1 or 2 moves. It was the first time that such a fusion of power had appeared. Therefore, everyone was amazed. They looked at Lin Xian, wondering if Lin Xian could resist it. How far had Lin Xian's comprehension of the laws reached? A law ability? It's really surprising. He smiled and was not afraid at all. In the next moment, He waved his sword and destroyed the lotus. Streaks of sword chi appeared one after another, forming numerous green lotuses in the sky. Each sword lotus carried an extremely strong power of annihilation. Anyone who touched it would turn into nothingness. A law ability. Another law ability. He fused a power that was close to the Tao into his sword technique. This Lin Xian was incredible. Clang! The blazing Qilin sword and the great destruction spear collided, producing an earth-shaking sound. Many people's bodies swayed. Hamo and the others turned pale and retreated frantically. It was too terrifying. In the sky, half of the sky had turned into a terrifying black hole, rumbling nonstop, and flashes of lightning flashed within. The other half of the sky instantly collapsed. The two forces clashed in the sky. After the first attack, the two continued to attack. Damn it, I can't do anything to him. Han Fei's face sank. He opened his mouth and spat out a large bell. Undying thunderous roar. The huge bell in the sky shook violently. Runes appeared on its surface and surged in all directions like a tide. Saint runes! Someone screamed. No, this is not an ordinary saint's rune. Finally, a grand elder cried out in alarm. The saint's runes also contained power that was close to the Tao. What? How could he have such a thing? Many heaven rankers were shocked, their faces pale. There were also elders who said that the runes of saints were engraved by saints and were mysterious and profound. Ordinary, invincible kings could only erupt with a portion of their power, but it was already very terrifying. They could laugh at the world. However, if it was activated by a half-saint, then it would release an even more terrifying power. If it was activated by a true saint, then it would be no different from a Tao pattern law. Therefore, although they were all saints' runes, the power would be different if the user was different. At this moment, in Han Fei's hands, it naturally displayed a power that was close to the Tao. Buzz! Buzz! Heaven and earth were everywhere, and all living things were huge. The terrifying sound waves were like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Clang! Clang! Puff! Many people vomited blood, and some people's weapons directly shattered, turning into scrap iron and falling to the ground. Retreat quickly. These people retreated crazily. The sound waves were too terrifying and could destroy everything. Waves of sound waves rushed forward. Annihilation Green Lotus, seventh sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly and slashed down. The biting cold sword chi with the power of annihilation slashed at the sound waves. The sound waves were like a tide. After touching the sword chi, they quickly dissipated. It was useless. You could block it for a while, but you couldn't block it forever. Han Fei was abnormally strong. Above his head, the eternal demon Bel quickly attacked. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, he only had a power that was close to the Tao. But now, Han Fei took out the eternal demon Bel, and the power it released was not weaker than the Tao. It was equivalent to 2 against 1. How could Lin Xian resist? Unless he also had such a treasure or used a saint's rune. Otherwise, he was really in danger. Was Lin Xian going to be defeated? Lin Xian took a deep breath. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and superimposed on the power of annihilation. In the next moment, he used the green lotus sword art again. Annihilation Green Lotus, 9th sword. Buzz! Buzz! 9 huge sword chi intertwined in the sky, forming a lotus that bloomed quickly. The petals with the power of annihilation spun out and collided with the eternal demon Bel. With a clang, the eternal demon Bel was sent flying. The sound waves that filled the sky were shattered. Puff! Han Fei was hit and spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. The lotus in the sky enveloped him, and a terrifying power acted on his body, causing the lightning around him to disappear rapidly. Damn it! Get lost! Han Fei roared, and the power of annihilation burst out, bombarding the surroundings. However, he still underestimated this sword. after superimposing the power of the great dragon sword soul. Its power was much stronger than before. Therefore, Han Fei was soon engulfed. The entire space had completely collapsed. How could it be? Han Fei couldn't block it? What was going on? The Sky Pride screamed in horror. The people of Divine Tactics Peak were stunned. It shouldn't be. Han Fei had the upper hand after taking out the Eternal Demon Bell. Logically speaking, he should be able to defeat his opponent in a short time. But why did he end up in such a dangerous situation? How did that kid do it? The elders of Ethereal Peak and Exquisite Peak frowned. His power of annihilation had increased again. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength before? They sucked in a breath of cold air when they thought of this possibility. In front of them was a chaotic void. Finally, the terrifying power of annihilation slowly disappeared. A figure flashed out of the void. This figure was in a miserable state. Half of his body had disappeared, and his body was dyed red with blood. His handsome face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. Damn it. How could you be so powerful? This person was Han Fei. After seeing Han Fei's state, everyone was stunned. Even Yu Linglong's pupils shrank. Han Fei actually suffered such a heavy injury. How could this be? The northern demon sucked in a deep breath, and his expression was grave. As for the others, they were completely stunned. Chapter 3091. You've lost. Lin Xian looked at Han Fei and said indifferently, Kid, I admit that you're very strong. Your last attack almost killed me. You even injured me severely. But I haven't lost yet. There's still one more move that I haven't used yet. Han Fei's body quickly reassembled, and his face was incomparably pale. I originally planned to use this move against the North Demon, but I didn't expect to use it against you. However, you should be proud of yourself. You'll be defeated by this move. Han Fei still has a trump card. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The elders of the divine will peak were also excited. Could it be that it's another move? This is great. If Han Fei used that move, he would definitely be able to defeat this brat. It could even threaten the North Demon. He still has a trump card? Lin Xian was also stunned. Then he smiled and said, Just use whatever you have. I'll take it. Han Fei didn't say anything. He condensed the great destruction spear again, and a terrifying destructive power suppressed the surroundings. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The great destruction spear is useless against me. Indeed, the results of the previous battle had already shown that his strength was above Han Fei's. However, Han Fei didn't say anything. Instead, he took out another item. It was a small bottle that was crystal clear, like white jade. After he opened it, he poured out a drop of blood. As soon as the blood came out, the surrounding space trembled violently, and countless cracks appeared. It couldn't withstand it at all. There were even sparkling lights flickering in the blood, bringing with it shocking power. What kind of blood is this? Everyone's heart trembled, and even their souls shook. The elders of the divine will peak were extremely excited. Half Saint blood. He finally took out that thing. What? Half Saint blood. What is he going to do? Everyone exclaimed. Half Saints had already condensed law fragments, which surpassed the power of the Tao. Their blood naturally contained law fragments. A drop of half Saint blood could kill any invincible king. Could it be that Han Fei wanted to use half Saint blood to kill Lin Xian? However, with Lin Xian's speed and the power of annihilation, he should be able to dodge it. This was indeed the case. It was very difficult for one drop of blood to kill Lin Xian. Only a large amount of semi-sage blood could threaten to kill Lin Xian. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Fei did not kill Lin Xian. Instead, he fused with the Great Destruction spear in his hand. In the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Streaks of blood-red light appeared on the surface of the Great Destruction spear, and its power suddenly skyrocketed. The entire sky collapsed completely as an extremely ferocious power surged out. Even the surrounding formations were trembling violently. Despair filled the faces of the martial artists inside the array. This power? Heavens, is this the law? It was too terrifying. Even the elders felt their scalps go numb. Who would have thought that Han Fei would actually fuse the Tao of Destruction with the half-saint's blood and erupt with even more shocking power? The power of the fusion of the semi-sage blood and the great destruction spear was terrifying. It had already surpassed the power displayed by Lin Xian. Therefore, when everyone felt this power, their expressions all changed. Oh no, Lin Xian was in danger. Yes, they did not expect Han Fei to have such a trump card. Lin Xian had already seriously injured Han Fei before. He was about to win, but he did not expect to make a comeback at the last moment. Boy, you have no chance. Han Fei shouted coldly. He leaped high, and the blood-red Great Destruction spear in his hand charged straight down. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a great threat. The blood of a semi-sage? He actually had such a trump card. Indeed, this strike had surpassed the previous one. But so what? Lin Xian smiled. The previous attack was the 9th sword of the Green Lotus sword technique. The Green Lotus sword technique had a total of 13 swords. The 13th sword combined with the power of annihilation was something that Han Fei had not seen before. Well, he would let these people see it. Buzz. Annihilation Green Lotus, the 13th sword. Lin Xian waved his long sword, sweeping across the 9 heavens. 13 streaks of sword chi flew out with the power of annihilation, forming a sword chi lotus in the sky. It collided with the blood-stained Great Destruction spear. The aura of the lotus had become stronger again. It was much stronger than the previous one. Heavens! Lin Xian also had a hidden trump card. Everyone was stunned. Han Fei's pupils shrank. He did not expect his opponent to become stronger again. It even made him tremble. He felt the Great Destruction spear in his hand tremble as if it would vanish at any time. Damn it! No! Be destroyed! With a roar, he desperately activated his power and stabbed down. Endless light burst out, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one could open their eyes. Only the peak masters of the 4 peaks, as well as the mansion master and the others, had their eyes piercing through the 9 heavens. It was not until a long time later that the light between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. Everyone hurriedly opened their eyes. How was it? How was the battle? Who won this battle? It was Lin Xian's Annihilation Lotus, or the blood-stained Great Destruction Spear. I think it should be the Great Destruction Spear. The blood of a half-step saint combined with the path of destruction is too terrifying. It should be able to threaten a half-step saint. That might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian's Lotus Sword Qi was too terrifying. Its might was twice as strong as before. How on earth did he execute it? Everyone was discussing animatedly as they looked forward. In the next moment, their eyes widened. In the arena, Lin Xian's expression was calm. His bright red robe was spotless, and he stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him stood 2 figures. One of them was Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei's face was pale. The Great Destruction spear in his hand had long disappeared. Not only that, but one of his arms was also missing. Beside him stood an old man. It was the referee elder. The referee elder had made a move. What was going on? The surrounding prodigies were discussing animatedly. Someone exclaimed. Han Fei had lost. The referee elder had made a move at the critical moment and saved his life. What? You're saying that the sword strike just now could threaten Han Fei's life? I'm afraid so. Everyone gasped in shock, and the elder sucked in a breath of cold air. The elder of the divine strategy, Peak, looked up and sighed. He had lost. The number 1 prodigy of the divine strategy, Peak, had actually lost. Lin Xian was too terrifying. How could this be? Han Fei's eyes were also empty. He still couldn't accept this fact. Indeed, although his Great Destruction Spear was stained with the blood of a half-step saint, it still couldn't withstand that shocking attack and disappeared in the end. Not only that, but the power of annihilation had also enveloped his entire body. In an instant, his entire right arm was gone. It was too powerful. It was so powerful that he couldn't withstand it at all. If this continued, he would be killed. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. A sword light flashed in the sky. The referee elder had made a move and destroyed the terrifying sword Chi Lotus, saving Han Fei. However, this also indicated that Han Fei had been completely defeated in this battle. Chapter 3092. Winner, Lin Xian. The judge announced the result and at the same time gave Han Fei a boost. Lin Xian really won. I'm not dreaming, am I? These people were stunned. The people of Full Moon Peak were also stunned. Then they burst into cheers. Lin Xian actually won. Ha ha ha! Our Full Moon Peak is going to produce a dragon this time. Han Fei is third. Lin Xian defeated Han Fei. Doesn't that mean that he's already in the top 3? The Sky Prides of Full Moon Peak were stunned. The elders were also extremely excited. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, his eyes red. Even the Peak Master of Full Moon Peak smiled. There was nothing they could do. Full Moon Peak had been quiet for too long. They had been suppressed to the last place. Even their number 1, Huangfu Beitian, was only ranked 5th in the entire Extraordinary Warrior Manor. When Full Moon Peak was mentioned, the people of the other 3 peaks were full of disdain and ridicule. Now they could finally hold their heads high. Lin Xian displayed a power that was close to the Tao. He defeated Junwei and Han Fei and successfully entered the top 3. This was their Full Moon Peak's moment. This was their Full Moon Peak's glory. At this moment, the entire Full Moon Peak fell into a sea of joy. He actually managed to enter the top 3. Huangfu Beitian took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Black Demon was even more in disbelief. To be honest, he didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian at all. He even had to avoid Lin Xian when he saw him. The other Sky Prides were even more shocked. For so many years, the top 3 of the Extraordinary Warrior Manor had been dominated by the North Demon, Yu Linglong and Han Fei. The rankings were unshakable. They were like 3 mountains that pressed down on everyone's hearts. But now, someone had shaken one of the mountains. Moreover, it was a newcomer who had entered less than a year ago. This was simply a miracle, a legend. Han Fei was defeated. Yu Linglong took a deep breath. Her expression was extremely solemn. Lin Xian was the biggest threat to her apart from the North Demon. The North Demon also looked at Lin Xian. His eyes shone with a piercing light. Soon, we will be exchanging blows very soon. At that time, I will personally experience the strength of the successor of the great Dragon Sword Soul. The North Demon was becoming more and more interested in Lin Xian. He was eager to fight Lin Xian. Lin Xian's victory could be said to have created another legend. Everyone was excited, and only after a long discussion did they gradually calm down. Moreover, this was forcefully interrupted by the referee elder. Otherwise, he would probably be excited for 3 days and 3 nights. Brat, well done. After seeing Lin Xian walk down, the Crimson Dragon waved its claws and laughed, while Shin Jingqiu clapped and cheered. At the side, Yi Fei, Xueling, Wang Qi, and the others came to congratulate him. Even Huangfu Beitian came. The Black Demon stood in the distance and struggled for a long time. In the end, he also came over and lowered his arrogant head. He first congratulated Lin Xian, then apologized to Lin Xian and admitted his previous rashness. This scene made everyone feel even more incredulous. Even the arrogant Black Demon lowered his head to Lin Xian. It could be said that Lin Xian's battle had convinced all the prodigies of the Full Moon Peak. He had become the champion of the Full Moon Peak. Lin Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. The champion of the Full Moon Peak? This was not what he wanted in the end. What he wanted was the champion of the House of Prodigy. The battle between Lin Xian and Han Fei made everyone excited and excited. Although the following battle was exciting, it was much worse than the previous battle. Everyone was a little uninterested. They really wanted to see a battle that was close to the power of the Tao again. Yes, that kind of power was the strongest power in the world. The other invincible kings were too far away. Everyone was looking forward to seeing that miraculous power again. Not long after, they burst into cries of surprise. This time, even the elders seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. The peak leader of Gale was also paying close attention. This time, it was another battle between two top prodigies. The North Demon against Yu Linglong. This battle could be said to be more exciting than the previous battle between Lin Xian and Han Fei. The North Demon was the champion of the House of Prodigy. He was incomparably powerful. Yu Linglong was the second champion of the House of Prodigy. Her strength was above Han Fei. Moreover, during this period of time, Yu Linglong had been cultivating in seclusion. Her strength must have increased greatly. It could be said that the outcome of her battle with the North Demon was unknown. This battle could be said to be the most anticipated battle in the hearts of countless people. He wondered just how strong the North Demon was. Could Yu Linglong counterattack and defeat the North Demon? If that was the case, then it would be worth watching. These people were excited. Lin Xian also revealed a smile. Could he finally see the full strength of the two of them? Well, let's see what kind of Tao they have comprehended. He had already seen the Tao of Jun Wuya and Han Fei. The battle in front of him could let him see the Tao of Northern Demon and Yu Linglong. This would be of great help to him when he fought the two of them in the future. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. In the arena, the two of them were 30 meters apart. The North Demon's body was slender, and his gaze was deep. He looked at the beautiful figure in front of him and smiled faintly. Yu Linglong, make your move. Let me see how much your strength has grown recently. North Demon, don't be careless. This time, my strength will definitely surprise you. Who knows? I might even be able to defeat you. Yu Linglong's red lips parted slightly. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. As he spoke, the North Demon waved his finger. Instantly, a ball of green light appeared around Yu Linglong and enveloped her. Within the green light, countless plants grew out in a frenzy, completely enveloping Yu Linglong within. This scene appeared very suddenly. Everyone was shocked because most of them had never seen the North Demon make a move before. Those who had fought with the North Demon before were all defeated without a fight. They did not dare to attack the North Demon at all. It could be said that this was the first time the crowd had seen the North Demon make a move. Plants. Could the North Demon be a wood elemental martial artist? Shouldn't wood elemental martial artists be used to heal life elemental martial artists? Many sky prides were confused. However, Han Fei, Jun Wuya, Huangfu Beitian, and the others' expressions were extremely grave. The North Demon really made a move. They were not surprised because they had fought with the North Demon before and knew that he was a wood elemental martial artist. However, they did not agree with the crowd's thoughts. Were wood elemental martial artists only supposed to heal and assist? What a joke! When these people saw how terrifying the North Demon was, they would change their view of wood elemental martial artists. Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his face was filled with shock. Wood elemental martial artist? That was rare. They did not expect the North Demon to be a wood elemental martial artist. Then, was the power that he had comprehended close to the Tao related to wood elemental plants? In the arena, Yu Linglong was already enveloped by those plants. It was so terrifying that the green light covered her. Yu Linglong was not afraid at all. She formed a seal with her palms. Instantly, a gust of wind surged from her body and blew away the surrounding plants. In the next moment, she rose into the air. Her clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. North Demon, there is no need for us to test each other. Just show me your true strength. Yu Linglong's voice rang out. Chapter 30:93. Wind Kill. Yu Linglong's aura instantly changed. It became incomparably ethereal, as if it had merged with the wind. A violent wind blew in all directions, and large cracks appeared all over the place. The law of wind. This was the power of the law of wind. Yu Linglong had actually comprehended this power. Many people screamed. Lin Xian was also surprised. The power of wind? Wind type against wood type. This was going to be interesting. That's what I was thinking. Facing the extremely powerful storm, the North Beast was not afraid at all. He waved his hand. With a boom, the sky split open. A huge black shadow filled the sky, flickering with a terrifying aura like a hill. What was that? Feeling the terrifying aura and majestic power, everyone raised their heads. In the next moment, they screamed. It was a plant. It was a tree. A divine tree appeared between heaven and earth, growing in the void. Vast branches and vines covered the sky and the earth, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was too mysterious, like a myth. The wood of 10,000 demons. The North Beast did not hold back at all. Jun Hui's expression was solemn, and his voice was trembling. Although he was the second strongest of ethereal peak, he was still afraid of the North Beast. Han Fei said coldly, "How could he hold back? People at their level would definitely go all out. The wood of 10,000 demons. How would Yu Linglong resist?" Logically speaking, as a lightning-type warrior who had comprehended the Tao of lightning, he should be able to suppress wood-type attacks. But at this moment, facing the wood of 10,000 demons, his face was pale without a trace of blood. That was really shocking. The wood of 10,000 demons. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he was shocked. This divine tree was really too terrifying. It displayed an extremely powerful strength and exuberant vitality. With this divine tree, the North Beast would probably be able to recover no matter how injured he was. It was practically immortal, unless he could kill the North Beast in one strike. But he knew that it was impossible. Even he could not do it at the moment. Perhaps even a half-sage could not do it. Perhaps only a true sage could kill the North Beast in one strike when using a true law divine ability. Has it appeared? The wood of 10,000 demons. Yu Linglong floated in the void, looking at the huge object that was like a divine city above her head. Her eyes sparkled. Her body also began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, she let out a delicate cry, and a huge storm appeared around her. It rushed into the clouds, and 2 wind blades that were thousands of miles long slashed into the sky. Illusory wind. At the same time, she charged toward the northern monster. She knew that only by defeating the northern monster would the terrifying tree in the sky disappear. Wind blades filled the sky like a rain of light. He sent it out. Every single one of them was incomparably terrifying. It was comparable to a peak heaven-step treasure. This was a power that was close to the Tao. It was far beyond ordinary divine abilities. A wind blade. He could easily kill invincible kings. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the North Demon. The Northern Demon didn't dodge at all. With a wave of his hand, the tree of 10,000 demons hung down from the sky. In front of him, plants grew wildly. The wind ninjas were also trembling. On top of those wind blades, beautiful flowers actually bloomed one after another. The power of those wind blades was completely absorbed by the demonic flower and dissipated into the void. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with demonic flowers. It was exceptionally beautiful. It was so beautiful, the women exclaimed in admiration. However, the top prodigies felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. The northern monster's Tao of wood was extremely terrifying. This is my brother's power. Qing Wu raised her small face, her face full of excitement. She was very clear about her brother's strength. Previously, there were 3 peak stage invincible kings who had chased after the northern demon. However, the bodies of those 3 peak stage invincible kings split open, and countless plants grew out of them. They were forcefully sucked dry. who said that wood-type martial artists could only save people. Her brother, the Northern Demon, could easily kill any invincible king. In the sky, the two powers that were close to the Tao collided violently. The plants in the sky grew wildly, and a terrifying storm erupted. Seeing this, everyone was terrified. This divine ability was comparable to a half-step saint. These two people were incredible. Their strength far surpassed Junwei and Han Fei's. They wondered how Lin Xian would fare if he encountered these two. It would be difficult. Although Lin Xian's power was strong, it was probably not comparable to these two, especially the Northern Demon. His Tao of Wood and Tao of Wood were too terrifying. No one would be able to break through it. The wind blew for 90,000 miles. With a furious roar, the sky was torn apart, and the power that was close to the Tao filled the world. The scene was too terrifying. The storm was like two giant dragons dancing in the sky, shattering the entire sky. The tree of 10,000 demons in the sky rumbled and trembled. It had erupted. Yu Linglong was probably going to use her trump card. Han Fei and Jun Weia both exclaimed. The wind blew for 90,000 miles, flattening everything in the world. A terrifying divine ability enveloped the entire area. Even the faces of the elders changed. This Yu Linglong was incredible. That was. The elder of Linglong Peak was proud. Yu Linglong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. This time, she would definitely be able to defeat the Northern Demon. Facing such a terrifying divine ability, the Northern Demon was unusually calm. He did not panic at all. He waved his hand and pointed at the void. Divine tree descend. Boom, boom, boom. The tree that was like a divine city in the sky quickly descended. With a powerful aura, it cut the two giant dragon storms in half. Wind-binding kill. The collision in the sky continued, but Yu Linglong still used the blitz of wind to arrive behind the Northern Demon. A green long sword appeared in her hand. It pulsed with multicolored light, and an extremely mysterious power flickered on it. It was condensed with a power that was close to the Tao. Under this attack, any top-tier armor would be shattered. Nothing could stop it. The divine tree bloomed. Sensing the danger behind him, the Northern Demon shouted coldly and suddenly turned around. His eyes shone with a cold light. The divine tree in the sky unleashed its power and countless petals bloomed. Not only that, but demonic flowers also appeared beside the Northern Demon. They absorbed the opponent's energy and resolved the danger of the sword. It's useless. This sword is too close. You're too late. Yu Linglong cried out and waved her jade-like hand. Sword Qi split the earth and the sky. The sword was about to pierce through the Northern Demon. The Northern Demon smiled. Open. His voice was cold. In the next moment, Yu Linglong's body trembled and she almost fell from the sky. The long sword in her hand, which was condensed with a power that was close to the Tao, could not be held firmly. Puff! Yu Linglong's expression changed. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her body swayed. Everyone screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Even Han Fei and Jun Weia were trembling. Xin Jingqiu cried out. Her face was pale. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. What was that? Chapter 3094. He saw a flower bloom on Yu Linglong's body. It was a flower as beautiful as blood. The flower was very small at first, only the size of a palm, but it kept absorbing Yu Linglong's power, vitality, and blood qi. It kept growing. In the end, it was as big as a millstone. Yu Linglong's face quickly turned pale as she lost her strength. He let out a loud scream. Tens of thousands of sharp, multicolored lights rushed out from his body, shattering this beautiful flower that was as red as blood. In the next moment, she fled thousands of miles away, not daring to approach the North Demon again. How did you do that? Yu Linglong's expression was filled with fear. At that time, a power that was close to the Tao surrounded her body, but the North Demon could bloom a flower in her body. Didn't that mean that the North Demon's power far surpassed hers? He had suppressed her power. She couldn't believe it. "You're not my match." The North Demon stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a peerless demon king. "Humph!" Yu Linglong snorted coldly. Although she was injured and lost her strength, she wasn't willing to admit defeat just like that. He reached out his hand and pressed it into the void. Instantly, the plant defense around the North Demon exploded into pieces. For a moment, there was nothing around the North Demon. Yu Linglong shouted as she reached out with her hand again. A powerful storm instantly enveloped the North Demon. The storm appeared too suddenly. Even the elders screamed in fright. She had comprehended the law of wind to such a level. It was silent and impossible to guard against. That's right. Not many invincible kings were able to stop him. Boom! 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 The palm of wind exploded. The destructive power completely annihilated the North Demon. She had succeeded. Yu Linglong revealed a smile. Although the North Demon was strong, he was still careless under her law of wind. Her Grand Wind handprint was definitely capable of injuring her opponent. The surrounding people exclaimed. Was the North Demon injured? Even such a powerful Northern Demon was injured. This Yu Linglong was too terrifying. Han Fei and Junwia were shocked. Yu Linglong's strength had increased beyond their imagination. Especially Han Fei. He smiled bitterly. He realized that he didn't have any confidence in defeating Yu Linglong. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and golden light appeared. Was the North Demon really injured? He remained doubtful. In the distance, Qin Gu looked up and snorted coldly. What do you know? My brother's power isn't something you can imagine. In the sky, the countless storms slowly dissipated, revealing a figure. Everyone looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. Yu Linglong screamed. She was not injured. How was that possible? How could his grand palm of wind not hit the other party? Did he miss? No, he should have been hit. What was the North Demon was wearing? Lin Xian's eyes. Green vines covered the Northern Demon's body, forming a green vine armor that covered his body. The green vine armor actually had such a thing? Yu Linglong's ass, Yu Linglong screamed. Wasn't it already extinct? How could it still exist in this world? Green Demon Rattan? What was that? Qinggu, an elder exclaimed. That was a mutated species. Rumor had it that it had disappeared during the ancient era. How could it be in the North Demon's hands? The Green Demon vine was extremely terrifying. It grew crazily, and its vitality was extremely strong. It was said that a single Green Demon vine had destroyed a world of stars. It had sucked all the energy from that world of stars dry. That world of stars had become a dead planet. There were no longer any living things there. There were very few Green Demon vines, but during the ancient era, there had been a great disaster. Hundreds of worlds had been completely corroded and were in danger of being destroyed. Fortunately, there was still a Dharch around. With a wave of his hand, the Green Demon vine was completely destroyed. Could it be that the Dharch didn't kill all the Green Demon vines back then? Instead, he left a few behind? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. A single plant could destroy an entire world? Why did this sound like something out of a fantasy story? If it was before, he wouldn't have believed it, even if he was beaten to death. However, when he saw the Dark Star ruins being split apart by a sword, he knew. Destroying a world was not a difficult task in the eyes of those super experts. After all, a world was just a planet. For those super sages, it shouldn't be difficult to pick the sun and moon with their hands, swallow the sun, and split the stars with their swords. Moreover, there were thearchs above those super sages. Rumor had it that the Green Demon vine had destroyed dozens of worlds, but it was destroyed by a Dharch from afar. How imposing was this? How powerful was this? Lin Xian was extremely excited just thinking about it. Lin Xian was excited, but Yu Linglong, who was in the sky, was not excited at all. Her face was pale, and she was about to cry. That was an extinct, mutated species. How did the North Demon get his hands on it? If it was really the green demon vine, why would she fight? The entire world would be in danger. The elders were also worried. The green demon vine in the North Demon's hands was a potential disaster. The Misty Peak leader looked into the void and shook his head slightly. There was no need to worry. It was just a dead green demon vine. A dead green demon vine? Many elders heaved a sigh of relief. However, the palace lord frowned slightly. Although those green demon vines were dead, the North Demon Vine was a demonic beast. But don't forget, Northern Fae had the body of 10,000 Fae. These branches of the green demonic vine might be able to regenerate in his hands. Of course, it was not an easy task to revive the green demonic vines that had been dead for countless years and had even gone extinct. It was not certain if the North Demon could do that, because he was wearing the green demon vine armor. The North Demon was not injured by that attack. He looked forward and said coldly, "It's over." He waved his finger, and the power of wood erupted. 7 rays of light flew out and surrounded Yu Linglong. In an instant, the 7 rays of light bloomed into 7 flowers. Red, orange, red, green, blue, indigo, purple. 7 different colors bloomed in the sky and coiled around each other. The 7-flower formation. Han Fei exclaimed. Yu Linglong looked as if she was facing a great enemy. The wind rises for 90,000 miles, and the sword shakes the 9 states. She once again activated the power that was close to the Tao. The sky split open, and the wind above 90,000 miles floated down and formed a huge green sword in her hand. It was like an azure dragon that pierced into the clouds. Everyone was terrified. That was the astral wind, but Yu Linglong could control it. The astral wind was the wind of the outer realm. It was extremely terrifying and could even injure a half-saint. Once an invincible king encountered it, he would definitely be killed instantly. This should be Yu Linglong's final trump card. Could she break the 7-flower formation? Was she going to risk her life? The North Demon looked at the huge green sword in the sky. His gaze was focused. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palms. The 7-flower formation could take away everything. Chapter 3095. 7 bewitching flowers bloomed in the air, emitting mysterious runes. The 7-flower formation released a powerful energy that shrouded the area in front of it. In an instant, the void shattered and the spiritual qi between heaven and earth was sucked dry. Yu Linglong's body trembled. She felt that her qi, blood, and energy were about to be sucked dry. In the next moment, she no longer dared to hesitate. She waved her hand, and the green-red wind sword that was tens of thousands of miles long slashed down. Boom! 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 That sword was too terrifying. Green light filled the sky, and a storm blew. Fortunately, there was an array protecting it. Otherwise, the entire outstanding warrior manor would have been destroyed. However, what was even more shocking was that such a stunning sword could not withstand the 7-flower formation. The 7 demonic flowers in the 7-flower formation grew crazily and took away all energy. Although the green-red wind sword was terrifying, it was drained of energy by the 7-flower formation and instantly dimmed. Gradually, it became tens of thousands of miles long, and then thousands of miles long. In the end, it disappeared. The 7 flowers grew into monstrous beasts. Each of them was like a majestic mountain that stood in the void. The 7-flower formation was originally formed by the 7 flowers. Now that the 7 flowers had grown into huge beasts, the power of the 7-flower formation had also increased exponentially. Yu Linglong, who was trapped by the array, trembled. Her face was pale and bloodless. In the next moment, she fell from the sky and could not even stand up. The energy in her body had been completely drained. What? At this moment, everyone was shocked. The elders of Linglong Peak screamed, "Linglong!" They did not expect Yu Linglong to be defeated and stripped of all her energy. I admit defeat. Yu Linglong fell on the arena and said weakly. She did not even have the energy to speak now. The winner was the North Beast of Misty Peak. The judge quickly announced the result. After hearing the result, the North Beast descended from the sky and waved his hand. The 7 demonic flowers in the sky spun rapidly, and endless energy poured into Yu Linglong's body. Soon, Yu Linglong recovered, and the 7 demonic flowers disappeared. The tree of 10,000 demons in the sky also slowly dissipated. The North Beast descended from the sky like a demon. Had his energy recovered? Yu Linglong sensed her body and did not feel happy. Instead, she smiled bitterly. Too powerful. The North Demon was truly like a demon in front of her. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He had her life and death in his hands. This feeling was really unpleasant, but there was nothing she could do. It seemed like no one would be able to defeat the North Demon this time. As expected of the number 1 in the House of Prodigy, the others screamed in shock. The Northern Demon was too strong, so strong that they trembled. They couldn't resist at all. In their opinion, neither Yu Linglong nor Han Fei were qualified to fight against the North Demon. Is this the first place of our House of Prodigy? He was simply too powerful. The Northern Yao had long since entered the ancient starry sky path, and he had fought against the prodigies of the other worlds. Moreover, he had established an illustrious reputation for himself. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Who told me that the wood element was only a martial artist who could heal and assist? I'll slap him to death. F***CK, this is the first time I know that a wood attribute martial artist is actually so terrifying. I reckon that if a flower were to grow on my body, it would instantly suck me dry. The geniuses were trembling in fear. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he clenched his fists. The myriad demon body, the Tao of wood. He was simply too shocked. He didn't expect the North Demon to be so strong. However, at the same time, he was extremely excited. He had finally found an opponent who was worthy of his full strength. Previously, neither Jun Wei nor Han Fei could make him use his full strength. After all, he had only used the power of annihilation. He still had the power of smoke and fire that he hadn't used. Moreover, he had the great dragon's sword soul. It could be said that Lin Xian had only used half of his strength previously. Now that he had seen the North Demon's strength, he was very excited. Perhaps only the North Demon could force him to unleash his full power. The competition continued. During this period, Yu Linglong encountered Han Fei again. In the end, Yu Linglong won. Han Fei's expression wasn't very good. If nothing had happened previously, he would still be in 3rd place. However, this time, Lin Xian had appeared. If this continued, he would only be in 4th place. He couldn't even enter the top 3. The people from Divine Providence Peak were also in despair. They couldn't accept this result. Didn't that mean that they would be in last place this year? The elders' expressions were also dark. This position had always belonged to Full Moon Peak. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would appear from Full Moon Peak this time. Shui Jiue, Hei Mo, Huangpu Beitian, and the others were even more bitter. Because other than Lin Xian, Zhong Linqiu and Xin Jingqiu had also appeared. The 2 of them were extremely powerful. They were second only to Jun Wuya and the others. In other words, apart from those who were close to the Tao, no one was a match for them. The spectating Sky Prides were stunned. There would be a huge change in the rankings this year. Yes, the top 3 had changed hands. The top 10 would probably be shaken as well. The first echelon was Lin Xian, who had cultivated close to the Tao. The second echelon was even more shaken. The top 2 positions in the second echelon would be taken by Xin Jingqiu and Zhong Linqiu. Huangfu Beitian, Shui Jiue, Mo Tian, and Hei Mo were probably going to have to stand at the back. Lin Xian was also very happy. He was naturally happy that Shan Jingqiu could achieve such results. Moreover, Shan Jingqiu had yet to comprehend, close to the Tao. If Shen Jingqiu comprehended that power, in addition to her spiritual body, she would probably be able to defeat Yu Linglong. This little girl's potential was definitely super strong. Lin Xian decided that after the competition was over, he would make a copy of his Tao insights and give it to Shen Jingqiu so that she could comprehend close to the Tao as soon as possible. The competition was gradually coming to an end. Currently, only Lin Xian and the Northern Demon were victorious. Lin Xian and Yu Linglong had also exchanged blows. The two of them had fought until the heavens and the earth cracked. In the end, Lin Xian defeated Yu Linglong. As for him, he had only used the power of the Annihilation Dragon's Sword Soul. He had not used the Law of Fire. Yu Linglong's delicate face was covered with ice. She had not expected that besides losing to the Northern Demon, she would lose to Lin Xian. Didn't this mean that she had fallen to third place? Han Fei was even more miserable. He was indeed fourth. This Lin Xian was too strong. He could even defeat the second place, Yu Linglong. Most likely, only the Northern Demon would be able to subdue him. Damn it! How could eldest senior's sister be defeated? The people from Linglong Peak did not dare to believe it. The elders also had ugly expressions. They were not surprised that Yu Linglong had lost to the Northern Demon, because they had seen the Northern Demon's strength many times. However, losing to Lin Xian was still difficult for them to accept. Although Lin Xian had comprehended the plenilune wordless steel, although Lin Xian had displayed great strength and defeated Junwuya and Han Fei. However, Lin Xian's rise had been too short. It had only been a few months. For a moment, it was hard for them to accept. Chapter 3096. But no matter how hard it was to accept, they couldn't change this fact. Lin Xian had indeed defeated Yu Linglong with his strength. They didn't expect that after Northern Monster, Lin Xian would appear. How would he compare to Northern Monster? Probably not. Northern Monster's 1,000 monster body and with laws were just too terrifying. Not only was Northern Monster's attack powerful, but his recovery speed was also terrifying. Once the 1,000 monster would descended, it gave Northern Monster a strong life force. Northern Monster was already in an invincible position. The elders discussed while the others were also guessing. They were looking forward to the battle between Lin Xian and Northern Monster, because they knew that the two of them would definitely fight. The first place would be decided between the two of them. However, most of the people had high hopes for the North Demon. After all, the North Demon was way too strong. His name had long been etched into the hearts of the people. Even though Lin Xian was a newly risen genius, he was still lacking in comparison to the North Demon. All of a sudden, 99% of the people thought that Northern Monster would win. Only Shen Jingqiu, Crimson Dragon, and a few others believed in Lin Xian. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Xian looked at the North Demon. The North Demon also looked at him. Their gazes clashed in the air, shattering the void. Come! Lin Xian leaped up and stood in the air, pointing his sword forward. Northern Monster, come out and fight. As you wish. Northern Monster stepped into the air and arrived on the arena. Their domains charged out. Lin Xian's sword energy turned into a world of sword Tao. On the other side, countless plants danced behind Northern Monster, forming a forest. Their domains clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The powerful storm caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Han Fei and Yu Linglong's breathing quickened. They didn't dare to be careless. Northern Monster waved his hand and countless trees grew around Lin Xian. They covered the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. These plants weren't normal. They all had the strength of a monster king. Boom! Boom! Those branches and vines stabbed towards Lin Xian, wanting to pierce Lin Xian's body and suck his blood and strength dry. However, when these attacks collided with Lin Xian's body, a low sound was heard. Then, these branches all broke and turned into fragments, scattering in the void. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's body shone with boundless light. He stood there motionlessly, allowing the branches to attack him. He was unscathed. Everyone's mouth twitched. Those elders were also stunned. This physique was too strong, worthy of being the nine-yang divine body. Why do I feel like there aren't many invincible kings who can hurt him? Lin Xian flicked the dust off his body. Then he reached out with his golden hand and tore apart all the trees in the surrounding forest. Bring out the power that is close to the Tao. Lin Xian looked at him. Nine-yang divine body. He was indeed valiant. His eyes flickered, and his expression was filled with excitement. Different from you, Linglong. This Lin Xian was someone he cared about very much. The other party was the successor of the great dragon and the successor of the nine-yang divine body. It could be said that his potential was unparalleled. At this moment, he found that the nine-yang divine body was very hard. His ordinary attacks couldn't penetrate the other party at all. He could only use the power that was close to the Tao. He formed a seal with his palm, and with a low shout, the void split open. The shocking tree of 10,000 demons descended once again. It covered the sky and covered the earth like a demon's city. Lin Xian waved his hand. On his golden palm, the nine-yang divine fire jumped out. He didn't use the law of fire. Instead, he only relied on the flames in his body. Endless flames burned and turned into a giant dragon. It roared towards the sky and charged towards the tree of 10,000 demons. Fire was the nemesis of the wood element. Would the northern demon be able to withstand it? Countless people were nervous. Indeed, would countered fire. Wood-type martial artists were most afraid of fire. However, that wasn't necessarily the case. If an ordinary fire-type martial artist faced a powerful wood-type martial artist, they wouldn't be a threat at all. Instead, their energy would be sucked dry. It was the same for Han Fei from before. Lightning-type martial artists also countered wood-type martial artists. However, in front of the northern demons, Han Fei couldn't fight back at all. Could the current Lin Xian pose a threat to the north demon with his flames? They didn't know. It's useless. You underestimate me too much. Take out your power that's close to the Tao. The northern demons shook his head slightly. In the sky, the tree of 10,000 demons swayed. Countless vines and flowers bloomed, sucking the flames dry. In the next moment, the northern demon's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. Since you're not willing to take it out, I'll force you to. With a wave of his hand, the tree of 10,000 demons in the sky exploded. Endless vines fell and covered the entire sky. The terrifying demonic vines quickly bloomed and swept towards Lin Xian in a dense mass. It was as if the entire world had turned into a forest. The descent of the divine tree brought with it a terrifying power. Countless voids collapsed. The tree branches streaked across the sky like streaks of lightning. In front of the tree of 10,000 demons, Lin Xian was extremely small. Boom! 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 The flames on his body rose into the sky and bloomed. They turned into golden crows that spread their wings and rushed forward. The terrifying flames engulfed the heavens and the earth. The terrifying heat shook the void. The 9 golden crows were like 9 suns. They collided with the tree of 10,000 demons, bringing with them a sea of flames. The tree of 10,000 demons emitted a hazy green light. Its branches danced like divine spears. The 9 golden crows collided with each other. The 9 golden crows were instantly pierced through. The tree of 10,000 demons was unharmed. It's too powerful. It's simply a divine tree. Nothing can destroy it unless it's a true law. I think even the power that's close to the Tao can't destroy it. The northern demons are too terrifying. Is this the body of 10,000 demons? Buzz! In the distance, everyone was discussing. Soon they screamed, because after the tree of 10,000 demons killed the flames of the 9 golden crows, its huge branches whipped Lin Xian's body like a giant dragon. This time, even the strongest invincible king would be split in half. Clang! An earth-shattering sound resounded like thunder. Lin Xian's body shone brightly. This time he didn't dodge. Instead, he took it head-on. Golden runes shone on his body. He was unharmed. He's fine? Many people's eyes almost popped out. This kid's physique is too terrifying. Lin Xian was also a fierce person. His 9-yang divine body was powerful. Ordinary divine abilities probably couldn't hurt him. Only a power that was close to the Tao could hurt him. Flowers bloom for a lifetime. The northern demon wasn't surprised when he saw the scene. He pointed his finger forward. Buzz! Countless demonic flowers grew around Lin Xian, quickly absorbing his energy. Many of them even wanted to take root in his body and break his 9-yang divine body. Not good. It was this move that had injured Yu Linglong previously. Lin Xian was in danger. Yes, these demonic flowers were abnormally powerful. They could deprive all power. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He did feel that the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly sucked dry. Not only that, the blood in his body was also surging and rolling, trying to leave his body. Chapter 3097. What a strange power. Lin Xian frowned. He activated his great dragon sword soul and destroyed the strange power. The demonic flowers outside couldn't break his body, but it was dangerous if this continued. After all, the other party had already used the power of laws. Lin Xian sighed. It seemed like he had to use laws. He had already seen the North monsters with laws, so he didn't dare to be careless. Destroy! Golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and he swept in all directions. Instantly, with him as the center, countless black cracks appeared and spread in all directions. Everywhere they passed, the demonic flowers quickly shrank and withered. In the end, they scattered and disappeared. Everyone's scalps went numb and their bodies trembled. What kind of power was that? Why did it feel like Lin Xian was the death god who could take everything away? Once he used annihilation, he could turn everything into nothingness and cease to exist. The North monster was shocked. Although he had seen the other party's power of laws, he was still shocked when he personally experienced it. Indeed, the other party's move was similar to him, forcefully taking power. However, the essence was different. He forcefully absorbed the demonic flowers to make them stronger, while the other party directly dissipated them. The power of annihilation? Interesting. Let's see if you are stronger or if I am stronger. 10,000 trees descended. The northern monster waved his finger, and the tree of 10,000 demons above his head rumbled as it descended. At the same time, the 10,000 demon tree seemed to have come alive. It grew quickly, and the entire sky exploded, forming a forest. Hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles, it was densely packed and endless, covering Lin Xian. How terrifying! Was this the North monster's true strength? The geniuses trembled, and the elders were terrified. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. He pulled out the fire Qilin sword and swung it to destroy the sword energy. Streaks of sword qi shot out in all directions with the power of annihilation. Everywhere it passed, the plants withered crazily. However, the descent of the 10,000 demon tree was too terrifying. It was densely packed and endless. He could only wave his sword energy again and again. In the end, he sent out a sword lotus that covered him. The terrifying sword spun, and countless sword energy swept in all directions with the power of annihilation. The two forces that were close to the Tao clashed against each other. All the cultivators in the surroundings were stunned when they saw this. The reason for that was because the scene before them was simply too strange. In the sky, the forest rapidly grew, but with Lin Xian as the center, the surrounding dozens of miles was actually a vacuum zone. Under the power of annihilation, no plants could get close. Could it be that it would become a contest of strength? Who would be the first to give up? Who would fail? That might not be the case. The North Yao was too strong. Millions of miles of land had been transformed into a forest, while Lin Xian could only defend a few dozen miles. The difference was just too great. Moreover, Lin Xian was definitely inferior to the North Demon when it came to controlling power that was so close to the Tao. Lin Xian had only meditated for a few months. But how many years had the North Monster been meditating for? This was a gap that could not be bridged. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Jun Wuya, and the others were watching nervously. Lin Xian was strong, but the strength displayed by the Northern Demon made them tremble. Humph, stinking brat, you're no match for my brother. Qing Guo also looked up and snorted coldly in her heart. The Crimson Dragon and Xin Jingqiu were extremely nervous. The North Demon frowned slightly. Was it blocked? He realized that although Lin Xian's space was much smaller than his 1,000,000 miles of forest, it was still blocked. However, he still managed to block it. Even if it was only 1 meter, he still couldn't pierce it. The divine tree bloomed. The North Demon formed another seal and roared. This time, a 7-colored flower bloomed from the tree of 10,000 demons. When this demonic flower bloomed, it covered the entire sky. It was too big. It was so big that one couldn't see the end of it, and the power of destruction that it brought was definitely much more terrifying. Oh no, Lin Xian is in danger. The full moon peaks, Grand Elder exclaimed. The others also felt their scalps go numb. As expected, the safe space that Lin Xian had created collapsed instantly and was instantly enveloped by countless plants. Lin Xian was also enveloped by the divine tree's flower. The 9-yang divine body tried its best to block. Although it did not shatter, the divine fire and light on it dimmed. It was like a flame that could be extinguished at any time. This power was too strong. Lin Xian was also shocked. The great dragon Sword Soul. With a cold roar, Lin Xian used the great dragon Sword Soul and the power of annihilation. The two combined to form a dragon-shaped sword chi that quickly slashed in all directions. That was why he was able to survive. Otherwise, that attack would have sucked away most of his power. Annihilation Sword Lotus, the 13th sword. He waved his long sword and formed a sword lotus. It carried the aura of annihilation and the great dragon Sword Soul and exploded quickly. The lotus jumped from the sword blade and suddenly grew bigger. The lotus bloomed and formed a terrifying scene. It quickly fought against the divine tree's flower in the sky. Boom! Boom! When Lin Xian was enveloped by the flower of 10,000 demons, everyone screamed. Among them, Han Fei, Yu Linglong, and the others shook their heads. They thought that Lin Xian should have been defeated because they could not resist at all in front of this demonic flower. They thought that Lin Xian should not be able to resist it. However, in just an instant, they were dumbfounded. Lin Xian rushed out. Not only that, but he also brought with him a green lotus that was as powerful as the flower of 10,000 demons. The two powerful forces collided in the sky, and the forest within 1,000,000 miles collapsed quickly. He actually resisted the divine tree's power of annihilation. How did he do it? Yu Linglong screamed. She had been injured before and naturally knew how terrifying this demonic flower was. However, not only did Lin Xian come out, but he could also resist the flower of 10,000 demons. His power of annihilation had become stronger again. It was several times stronger than before. Han Fei screamed too. He was in disbelief. Jun Wuya's body trembled. What was going on? He had fought with Lin Xian before and lost. Even so, he thought that he was only slightly weaker than Lin Xian. However, from the looks of it, that was not the case. Lin Xian was much stronger than him. If Lin Xian fought with him and used such power right from the start, he probably would not be able to block even one attack. Indeed, the sword Aura Lotus in the sky could turn someone like Jun Wuya into ashes with just one attack. Even the North Monster was surprised by Lin Xian's strength. Had he become stronger? And several times stronger. This kid had hidden so much of his strength before. It should be the effect of the dragon's sword soul. As expected of the dragon sword's successor, the North Monster immediately thought of the dragon sword soul that was famous in the world. That was an unparalleled saint technique. Not to mention the power that was close to the path. Even the trashiest martial arts could become an unparalleled attack under the effect of the dragon sword soul. Not to mention the power that was close to the path. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Countless green vines surrounded his body and formed a set of armor. In the next moment, the ocean-like forest in front of him instantly shattered, forming a vacuum. A sword aura streaked across the void and slashed toward his glabella. Chapter 3098. Annihilation. This move was Lin Xian's self-created red dot and the power of annihilation. It could be said to be a peerless killing move. With a clang, the sword landed on the bronze armor and forced the North Demon back. The North Demon was forced back. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others exclaimed in disbelief. This was the first time they saw the North Demon being forced back. The others were even more shocked. Even someone as strong as Yu Linglong, who was ranked second, couldn't make the North Demon retreat. But now, Lin Xian actually forced the North Demon to retreat for more than 10 miles. Didn't that mean that Lin Xian's strength was far above Yu Linglong's? Heavens, this Lin Xian is really too strong, soaring to the skies in one go. Even if he lost, he was ranked second in the extraordinary scholar manner. Other than the North Demon, no one could compete with him. Brother, Qin Gu exclaimed. How could this kid do it? She didn't believe that Lin Xian could force her brother back. The North Demon stopped and his face darkened. He was careless. If he didn't have the green vine armor, he would have been in danger. He's fine? Lin Xian frowned and felt disappointed. He thought that the sword would be able to hurt the North Demon. He didn't expect his opponent's armor to be so powerful. Was this the armor formed by the green demon vines? As expected of a mutated species that was destroyed by an emperor, it was indeed strong and not weaker than his 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian, I admit that you're strong. You're actually able to threaten me, but it's over now. Other than the power of wood and the tree of 10,000 demons, I still have the bloodline power of the 10,000 demons' body. Now I'll show you. The North Demon's voice resounded in all directions. The crowd below was in an uproar. What? Bloodline power? He didn't use it. Heavens, I thought the North Demon used all his strength. I didn't expect him to not use his bloodline power. These people were all crazy. The elders seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They knew how powerful bloodline power was. Once it was used, its power would increase exponentially. In that case, would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? The elders of the ethereal peak chuckled out. He was the North Demon indeed. To think that he had yet to unleash his full strength up till now. That Lin Xian had probably overdone it. That was for sure. That sword strike just now had used the power of the great dragon sword soul. He should have no more trump cards left. No matter how strong he wasn't senior brother North Monster's match. Those from the Misty Peak were agitated. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Junwuya, and the others were in despair. That's right, it was despair. The North Demon was too strong. He was so strong that they found it hard to resist him. Up until now, he had only just used his bloodline power. The people of the Full Moon Peak were also in despair. Lin Xian was already so strong, but the North Demon still hadn't used his full strength. It was over. Lin Xian was probably going to lose. He had thought that Lin Xian would be able to defeat the North Beast and take first place, making his name known throughout the Full Moon Peak. But now, it seemed that he could only take second place. Second place wasn't bad. Don't forget that the Full Moon Peak used to be last place. Now that he was in second place, second only to the Misty Peak, it was definitely an earth-shattering achievement. Even the first elder and the peak leader let out a sigh. Indeed, Lin Xian had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was already beyond their expectations that he could fight the North Demon to this extent. In their opinion, Lin Xian could only defeat Han Fei and not Yu Linglong to take third place. Now that he had surpassed Yu Linglong and taken second place, they were already very happy. After all, Lin Xian had great potential. If he cultivated for another 8 to 10 years, he might really be able to suppress the North Demon. But now he was still a little short. The elders and sky prides of the Divine Tactics Peak and Linglong Peak had the same thought. They felt that Lin Xian's current achievement was enough to make him proud. Lin Xian would be fine, right? Shen Jingqiu was very nervous. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also very calm. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, this kid also has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Just wait, these people will definitely piss their pants." The Sky Prides beside him shook their heads. Does he still have a trump card? That's impossible. He had already used the Dragon Sword Soul and Nine Yang Divine Body. What other trump cards does Lin Xian have? A half-step sage artifact? It was probably useless against the North Demon's bloodline power. Therefore, in their opinion, the Crimson Dragon was just being stubborn and refusing to admit it. In the sky, Lin Xian heard the discussion of the elders and sky prides. Second place? That wasn't what he wanted. Do you think the North Demon is the only one with a trump card? I also have a power that I haven't used yet. Now, I'll show you my true power. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. On the other side, the Northern Demon's body emitted a misty green light. Green runes appeared on his skin, and his aura skyrocketed. In the sky, the tree of 10,000 demons and the flower of 10,000 demons became even more terrifying. With a boom, the flower of 10,000 demons shattered the sword of annihilation and once again enveloped Lin Xian in an even more powerful manner. It was too powerful. Its power had increased by too much. It shattered the lotus of annihilation formed by the 13 swords. Lin Xian would probably not be able to resist it, unless he also had a heaven-defying bloodline power. Otherwise, this battle would have ended by now. The 4 judging elders shook their heads slightly and prepared to save Lin Xian at any time. It was over. The North Demon looked down at the scene below, and a smile appeared on his face. He had seen how powerful the successor of the Great Dragon was, and it shocked him. However, the other party was too young. He would only be able to contend against him after cultivating for a few decades or even 100 years. However, by then, he would have been much further ahead. Countless sighs sounded in the sky. They were the sighs of the elders. As far as they were concerned, this battle was over. However, the estate master was shocked. Something was not right. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the scene below him. What was going on? The supreme elders behind him were stunned, and so were the rest of the people. Could it be that Lin Xian could turn the tables around? How was that possible? However, they soon saw an unforgettable scene. The flower of 10,000 demons broke the green lotus sword chi and completely enveloped Lin Xian. The battle was about to end. However, at that moment, a fiery red light suddenly appeared and quickly grew bigger. Whoosh! First, it was a small fire. Then, it swept across the sky and completely enveloped the flower of 10,000 demons. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flower of 10,000 demons kept spinning and releasing a terrifying power. The green light shone brightly and slashed in all directions like divine swords. However, the flames this time were not ordinary. They were extremely terrifying and turned into divine dragons that danced in the sky. They shattered all the green light. Chapter 30:99. The flower of 10,000 demons was set ablaze. The North monster's eyes widened. How was that possible? He was truly stunned. The judge elder who wanted to save the North monster was also stunned. The elders and sky prides of the 4 peaks were also stunned. Their minds went blank. What was going on? 9 Suns' divine flame? How could Lin Xian's flame be so powerful? That was impossible. What did that kid use? Many people screamed like crazy. The peak leaders of the 4 peaks frowned. In the next moment, their eyes shone with a cold light. The full moon peak's peak leader was agitated. It wasn't the 9 suns' divine flame. It was the power of Tao. Everyone went crazy when they heard that. What? The power of Tao? Didn't Lin Xian control the power of annihilation? How could he control the power of fire? Oh heavens! Could it be that he had comprehended 2 powers that were close to Tao? Everyone was stunned. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were also stunned. They couldn't accept it. How could someone comprehend 2 powers of law? To be honest, if a young man had comprehended 2 powers that were close to the Tao, it was simply a joke in their eyes. It wasn't worth hearing at all. But now they saw it with their own eyes. After using the power of annihilation, Lin Xian used the power of fire. The monstrous flames burned the flower of 10,000 demons. How did he do it? Jun Wuya's body trembled. Han Fei and Yu Linglong's faces turned ugly. As for Huangfu Beitian, Heimo, and the others, they were completely stunned. The power of fire. He had comprehended the Tao of fire. How was that possible? Qing Wu's face turned cold and her body trembled. The crimson dragon grinned. Hee, I told you that this kid still has a trump card, but you didn't listen. Now you're scared to death. Indeed, he knew that Lin Xian had the power of fire. Therefore, although he was worried, he wasn't in despair. Qing Wu also heaved a sigh of relief. Great. Brother Lin Xian is really strong. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the sword Qi slashed out in all directions, burning the entire forest within 1,000,000 miles. The flower of 10,000 demons was also burned to ashes. Only the tree of 10,000 demons was still floating in the sky. I told you I won't lose, Lin Xian said coldly as he looked at the North Demon. The North Demon came back to his senses and took a deep breath. His expression became extremely serious. The law of fire? He had never thought that the other party would have comprehended 2 types of laws. It was no wonder that the other party was not shocked when he saw him use his bloodline power. In fact, he did not even have the urge to dodge. So, this was the other party's trump card. I admit that the power of your bloodline is strong, but it's what attribute after all. On the other hand, I've comprehended the Tao of fire, and with the addition of the great dragon sword soul, my bloodline isn't any weaker than yours. You can't win this battle because of your element's suppression. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his sword Qi. Accompanied by the power of fire, it soared into the sky and turned into a divine phoenix burning with flames of desire. Like a divine beast of heaven and earth, he flew forward. In an instant, the tree of 10,000 demons and the North Demon were both affected. The North Demon's armor blocked the flames. Although the tree of 10,000 demons was affected, its vitality was too strong. For a moment, it was not destroyed. It seemed that he could only use that move. Kid, you're strong, but take my strongest attack. The North Demon let out a long roar and released the sea of flames in the sky. He soared into the sky. At the same time, the tree of 10,000 demons in the sky quickly enveloped the North Demon. Buzz! The 2 collided and combined, causing countless green lights to erupt. The surrounding flames were all suppressed. It was too strong. Although it would counter fire, the North Demon was too strong. He seemed to have the intention to counter it. Lin Xian's situation was not good. Yes, although Lin Xian had used the law of fire to suppress the North Demon had fused with the tree of 10,000 demons and used his final trump card. He even blasted the flames in the sky away, causing the people of Ethereal Peak to scream again. They knew that the North Demon would not lose. Did he still have a trump card? The sea of flames around Lin Xian surged like a god born from fire. He looked up at the sky, at the light that was the fusion of the 2. Very well. Let me see what your final trump card is. Lin Xian did not attack, nor did he destroy the fusion. He just waited quietly. This scene shocked the elders. Lin Xian was too calm and collected. Could it be that he was really full of confidence? Humph! Don't be arrogant. My brother's final trump card is not something you can block. Qing Wu waved her fist in the distance. In the sky, the North Demon's aura became colder and colder. The tree of 10,000 demons gradually became smaller. In the end, it completely fused with the North Demon. In the next moment, the green light dissipated and the North Demon's figure appeared. This was when everyone saw the North Demon, they were all stunned, because the North Demon now was completely different from before. Previously, the North Demon was slender and his face was as white as a demon's. He was unusually handsome, but now the North Demon was completely covered. Outside, there was a giant tree with green vines wrapped around it. It held a shield and a giant sword. It was extremely tall, like a tree that had lived for tens of thousands of years. There was only a pair of cold eyes that flickered with stars. It was the North Demon's eyes. The North Demon and the tree of 10,000 demons had completely fused. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Buzz! In the sky, the North Demon raised the giant green sword and slashed down. The green sword light split open the heaven and earth, and even the sea of flames was split open, forming a vacuum zone. It actually destroyed the power of fire. Was he going to suppress the North Demon? Lin Xian was in danger. Lin Xian was also shocked. The wood element could actually suppress the fire element. The North Demon was really amazing. But unfortunately, he did not only have the power of fire, he also had the power of annihilation and the dragon's sword soul. So he would not lose this battle. Lin Xian rose into the sky. His aura became colder and colder. The two of them faced each other in the sky. After the North Demon fused with the tree of 10,000 demons, he turned into an unbelievable existence. His cold voice rang out. This battle can end now. Receive my strongest attack. Green Sky Dragon Slash. He raised the giant sword in his hand, releasing endless green light. Countless plants grew crazily on the giant sword. They were tens of thousands of miles long. Whoosh! With a biting cold aura, it could crush everything. At this moment, the North Demon had unleashed his power to the extreme. The power that was close to the Tao surrounded it. It was extremely powerful. Was he going to use his ultimate move? Well, I'll let you see my ultimate move. Lin Xian snorted. His eyes shone with a biting, cold golden light. A fiery red appeared in his left eye, turning into a fiery red moon that burned rapidly. That was the power of fire. His right eye was pitch black, filled with the power of annihilation. The dragon's sword soul in his body roared crazily. Ultimate move. Annihilation Fire Dragon Lotus. Chapter 30-100. The two powers that were close to the Tao fused with the power of the dragon's sword soul and slashed out. Xian's eyes darted around, and the three powers formed a flaming lotus that soared into the sky. The flaming lotus wasn't big. It was only the size of a palm, and it carried an aura that made people tremble. At this moment, the eyelids of the elders twitched, and their bodies trembled slightly. In the sky, the blue sky dragon slashed down. One slash could cut through mountains and rivers. Whoosh! The flaming lotus soared into the sky, and the two collided, erupting into an endless storm. Heaven and earth shattered, and Lin Xian and the North Demon's figures were completely engulfed in the sky. The array formation of the prodigy scholar's mansion lit up, flickering with mysterious runes. There were even laws dancing around. Obviously, the array formation had been strengthened again. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to block this shocking attack. Was this the strongest attack of the two? It was too powerful. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were as tiny as ants in front of this attack. They couldn't block it at all. They wondered who would win in the end. The blue sky dragon slash was too powerful. The North Demon's sword could injure a half-saint. Lin Xian was also extraordinary. He could actually fuse two powers that were close to the Tao. The power was definitely beyond imagination. This guy's talent was too heaven-defying. Everyone discussed animatedly. They realized that they couldn't guess. Not to mention them, even the elders didn't know the final result. The energy between heaven and earth continued to rumble. In the end, when everyone couldn't wait any longer, and even the elders wanted to attack, it finally disappeared. Everyone hurriedly looked forward. In the next moment, they saw two figures with injuries on their bodies. Lin Xian's face was a little pale, but it seemed that the nine-yang divine body was fine. On the other side, the North Demon was bleeding. His body that had fused with the tree of 10,000 demons was broken, revealing his true body. Even the green vine battle armor he was wearing had a crack on it. There were even a few places that fell directly. The North Demon was shocked that it could destroy my green vine armor and fused body. His long and narrow eyes were filled with disbelief. His body swayed slightly, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that the attack from before had caused him to be heavily injured. He was injured. The northern goblin was actually injured. Heavens, did the northern monster lose? At this moment, countless screams rang out, piercing through the clouds. The elders screamed like they had gone mad. It was too shocking. How many years had it been since anyone had been able to challenge the North Demon? But now, someone had come out, and not only had he challenged the Northern Demon, he had even injured him. Didn't that mean that the North Demon had lost? The #1 position of the House of Prodigy was about to change owners. How could this be? Senior Brother Beiyao was actually defeated? I don't believe it. Those from the Misty Peak couldn't accept it. The people of the Full Moon Peak were stunned. Heavens, is this for real? Lin Xian won? I'm not dreaming, am I? Impossible. How could Big Brother lose? Qing Wu crazily shook her head. She had never thought that a newcomer who had just entered the House of Prodigy for a few months would actually be able to defeat her brother. Did this kid really do it? Xin Jingqiu, on the other hand, clapped her hands and cheered. This was great. Brother Lin Xian was #1. This Brett really didn't exceed my expectations. The dark red divine dragon also grinned. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were dumbfounded. They knew how terrifying the North Demon was. No one could challenge him. But now, the North Demon had been defeated. How powerful was Lin Xian? As for Black Demon, Shui Jiue, and the others, they were completely dumbfounded. Crack! 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 Green light blossomed from the North Demon's body, repairing his injuries. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked forward. I didn't expect you to be able to seriously injure me. I've lost this battle. The North Demon smiled bitterly. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Xian cupped his fists and nodded slightly. However, he was also surprised. That attack just now was not something an invincible king could block at all. Even people like Yu Linglong and Han Fei would probably be reduced to ashes. Even a half-sage would probably be seriously injured. However, the North Demon had actually blocked it. Although he was injured, it wasn't a fatal injury. Moreover, with the powerful vitality of the myriad demon body and the tree of myriad demons, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. The myriad demon body was really terrifying. Lin Xian exclaimed. It was easy for him to defeat the other party, but it would be difficult to kill the other party. Fortunately, this battle didn't have to be a life and death battle, so Lin Xian naturally won. Moreover, the North Demon had also made him recognize him again. Perhaps his next step would be to comprehend the law of wood between heaven and earth. Winner, Full Moon Peak's Lin Xian. The referee elder announced the result. Everyone was shocked again and cheered. With the end of the battle between the two, the entire competition of the House of Prodigy also came to an end. Lin Xian defeated the North Demon and became the #1 in the House of Prodigy, setting a new record. The people of Full Moon Peak screamed crazily, especially those elders, They were simply too excited. For so many years, their full moon peak had been suppressed at the back, mocked and looked down on by many people. But now, they actually became the number one in the House of Prodigy. All of this was the glory brought to them by Lin Xian. Therefore, these elders' eyes were red as they looked at Lin Xian. Those eyes made Lin Xian's hair stand. Yi Fei, Xueling, Wang Qi, and the others were completely stunned. When Lin Xian first came, they didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes. But now, a few months later, Lin Xian completely surpassed them and even defeated the North Demon. It was something that they would never be able to do in their lifetime. As for the Black Demon, his body trembled slightly. Fortunately, he apologized and admitted his mistake. Otherwise, if he continued to go against such a person, he wouldn't even know how he died. Huangfu Baitian's eyes emitted a cold light. The competition this time allowed him to clearly see how terrifying a power that was close to the Tao was. Next, he would go into seclusion with all his strength. He wouldn't come out until he comprehended his own Tao. As for Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others, it was needless to say that they were shocked. Whoosh! The house master stood up and pressed his hands down slightly. Countless laws descended, causing everyone to stop talking. Countless pairs of eyes looked up at the sky. Even Lin Xian walked down the stage. He knew that it was time to announce the results and rewards. Thinking of this, he was slightly excited. The Great Path Enlightenment Scripture had allowed his understanding of the laws to increase rapidly. Now that he was comprehending the former residence of the saint and the place where the great emperor stayed, his understanding of the laws would definitely increase by another level. At that time, his power would also increase rapidly. The house master waved his hand, and countless rays of light gathered between heaven and earth like the Milky Way, hanging upside down in the sky. Everyone saw that it was a huge scroll. The North Demon, who was originally in the first place, dropped to the second place. And in the first place, 2 words appeared again. Lin Xian. Chapter 30-101. Everyone was extremely excited and envious. They knew that Lin Xian had become the new number one in the House of Prodigy from today onwards. Second was the North Demon. Third was Yu Linglong. Fourth was Han Fei, and fifth was Jun Weia. Sixth, Xin Jingqiu. Seventh, Zhong Lingxiu. Eighth, Huangfu Baitian. Ninth, Qin Guo. As for Black Demon and the rest, they were all ranked beyond the top 10. This time, apart from Lin Xian, Xin Jingqiu and Zhong Lingxiu's performance was too eye-catching. They had forcefully made it to the 6th and 7th places. It could be said that, apart from the power that was close to the Tao, the 2 of them were the strongest. The top 3 could go to the saint's former residence and comprehend for 10 days. The first place had the chance to go to the Cliff of Enlightenment and comprehend for 7 days and 7 nights. Apart from the top 3, the top 10 also had various kinds of treasures, cultivation methods, resources, and abhijnas. The rewards from the House of Prodigy would definitely make these geniuses jealous. Lin Xian, the North Demon, and Yu Linglong rested for 3 days before entering the saint's former residence. The saint's former residence was in a very remote place in the House of Prodigy. When Lin Xian and the other 2 arrived, they were greatly surprised. In their opinion, the saint's former residence should be incomparably grand and majestic. However, it was completely out of their expectations. There was a courtyard on a small hill. It was very simple. There was a bamboo house inside, and a few ancient trees were planted in the courtyard. Other than that, there was nothing else. This was the saint's former residence. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The North Demon also narrowed his eyes. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Indeed, the appearance was too ordinary. However, under the combination of the heavenly secret god eyes and plenilune seed, he discovered that this place was extremely unusual. There were traces of laws everywhere. In fact, although there were no laws in some places, there was an extremely mysterious aura left behind. Obviously, it was left behind by a saint who had lived here for many years. Gradually, the North Demon, and Yu Linglong also discovered the difference. Therefore, the three of them sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. The courtyard wasn't big, so the distance between the three of them wasn't too far. When Lin Xian's eyes flickered with terrifying runes, Yu Linglong was shocked. What kind of eyes were those? Why were they like the eyes of a god? She looked at those golden eyes, and her soul trembled. The northern monster was also shocked. Who would have thought that other than the great dragon sword spirit and the 9-yang divine body, Lin Xian actually had a pair of mysterious eyes? This pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. No wonder he comprehended it so quickly. The North Beast took a deep breath and activated his bloodline power. He also focused on comprehending. Within his golden eyes, a moon was revolving. The heavenly secret god eyes and the moongazer serpent seed allowed Lin Xian to see everything around him clearly. In addition to his understanding of the scripture of the great Tao realization, Lin Xian had entered a strange state. Just like that, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days passed. A grand elder pushed open the bamboo door and walked in. He said in a low voice, "3 little guys, that's enough. It's time. You won't be able to take it any longer." Hearing this, Yu Linglong opened her eyes and sighed. Comprehending here for a day was equivalent to comprehending for a year in the outside world. She had gained a lot, and her power that was close to the Tao had also improved. The northern monster also stood up. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He exclaimed in his heart, it wasn't just 1 year. 1 day here was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Although he had only comprehended here for a short 10 days, the effect was much better than comprehending for 100 years outside. Lin Xian's 2 powers that were close to the Tao had improved once again. Their power was several times stronger than before. If he told others, probably no one would believe him. Even the peak leaders and the grand elders wouldn't believe him. Although this was the former residence of a saint, and 1 year was equivalent to several years in the outside world, it was still heaven-defying for Lin Xian to improve so much. After all, he had the moongazer serpent seed and the heavenly secret god eyes. In addition to the scripture of the great Tao realization, his power had improved by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, he felt someone looking at him. He turned around and saw the northern monster looking at him. Lin Xian grinned. The northern monster narrowed his eyes and was shocked. This kid had become unfathomable again. He wondered how much his power had improved in the past 10 days. A few days ago, he had lost to Lin Xian. He was very unhappy and wanted to fight with Lin Xian again. Of course, now wasn't the time. When his 1,000 monster body improved again, he would come back and defeat Lin Xian in one fell swoop. Since Yu Linglong's strength had increased, she naturally wanted to give it a try as well. However, when she saw Lin Xian and the North Demon, who were like 2 endless stars, she shook her head and gave up on the idea. Both of them were monsters. The 3 of them followed the Grand Elder and left the former residence of the saint. You 2 can go back first. I'll bring him to see the mansion master, the Grand Elder said with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Linglong and the northern monster looked at Lin Xian again. Their eyes were filled with envy. Lin Xian also had 7 days to study the Cliff of Enlightenment that was even more mysterious than the former residence of the saint. Rumor had it that the Dharch had stayed there for a day. Then I'll take my leave first. Lin Xian nodded at the northern monster and Yu Linglong and followed the Grand Elder into the sky. They flew all the way and landed in a dazzling hall. The Grand Elder opened the door, and Lin Xian walked in. There was an old man in the hall. His back was facing Lin Xian as he flipped through a book. Not far behind him, there was a bronze incense burner. Wisps of green smoke floated out from it. Lin Xian took a breath and felt the blood in his body churning. He was energized. What a magical fragrance! This was definitely a heavenly treasure, and an extremely precious one at that. The mansion master was too extravagant. How terrifying would it be to absorb this fragrance all day? Greetings, Mansion Master. In the next moment, he looked at the figure in front of him and clenched his fists. Lin Xian, you're here. The voice of the manor lord was like that of an ordinary old man. Lin Xian was astonished, and his eyes narrowed. Recently, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. His understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had also improved. He could sense that the old man in front of him had already reached the realm of returning to one's original state. Needless to say, the Mansion Master was definitely an extremely powerful existence among the saints. But how would he compare to Xiajiao? Are you ready? The Mansion Master said calmly. I'm ready. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That's good. The Mansion Master turned around and revealed a warm smile. In the next moment, the world changed. He was no longer in the hall, but in the mountains and rivers, spiritual mountains and clear waters. A mountain peak appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the clouds. It was steep, but the side facing Lin Xian was as smooth as a mirror. It was as if someone had split it open with a sword. On the mountain wall, there were 3 words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Cliff of Enlightenment, Chapter 3102. The 3 words sounded ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it was like a soaring dragon. Lin Xian's soul trembled. So powerful. In his left eye, the plenilune seed was also jumping. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. This was too magical. This place wasn't simple at all. Other than feeling the aura of many sages and the laws of heaven and earth, there was also an extremely terrifying aura that was above all the sages. This should be the aura of a great emperor, right? How many tens of thousands of years had it been? It was still so powerful. All right, I won't delay you any further. You have 7 days and 7 nights to comprehend here. The Mansion Master's voice sounded. Then he disappeared into the void. Lin Xian took a deep breath and used the Tianji divine eyes and the plenilune seed to observe the surroundings. He silently chanted the great Tao comprehension scripture and began to comprehend. When he started to comprehend, the extraordinary warrior manor outside had also undergone changes. The North Beast, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others had already left the extraordinary warrior manor and headed towards the ancient starry sky path. This time, they wouldn't be returning for a short period of time. As for the others, such as Huangfu Beitian, Yi Fei, Heimo, and the others, some were preparing to leave while some continued to stay in the extraordinary warrior manor. For example, Huangfu Beitian stayed in seclusion in the extraordinary warrior manor. If he didn't succeed in comprehending the power that was close to Tao, he wouldn't come out. As for Heimo and Yi Fei, they left the extraordinary warrior manor and stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. They felt that it would be difficult to comprehend if they stayed in the extraordinary warrior manor. Perhaps there would be other opportunities on the ancient starry sky path. Shen Jingqiu was originally at Linglong Peak, waiting for Lin Xian to comprehend. However, the Mansion Master came to find her today. Linglong Peak's Peak Master came along with him. Linglong Peak's Peak Master was a female sage with great strength. Seniors, why are you looking for Qiu? Shen Jingqiu was very surprised. Linglong Peak smiled and said, Qiu, your opportunity is here. Opportunity? Shen Jingqiu was even more confused. The Peak Master whispered a few words. Shen Jingqiu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Is it really possible? She asked. Don't worry, I will send you to that place. You will definitely be able to grow quickly. It can even bring your spirit body one step closer. Shen Jingqiu thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, But I have to leave a letter for Lin Xian Gij. No problem. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. After 1 day, come and find me. The Manor Lord and the Linglong Peak Master left. Shen Jingqiu left behind a jade slip sound transmission, then went to the Full Moon Peak to find the Crimson Dragon, and handed this thing to the Crimson Dragon. At the same time, she said, I'm going to a place on the ancient starry sky path to tell big brother Lin Xian not to let him worry. We will meet again on the starry sky ancient path in the future. Was the little girl also leaving? The Crimson Dragon was not surprised. Everyone had their own opportunities. Xin Jingqiu's talent was good, and her physique and bloodline were even stronger. Even if she left, there wouldn't be much danger. Moreover, he knew that this should have been arranged by those old monsters in the House of Prodigy. If the Crimson Dragon didn't have the Dragon clan's inheritance, he would probably leave and search for opportunities alone. After leaving some instructions to the Crimson Dragon, Xin Jingqiu left to find the Manor Lord. The next day, news came from the House of Prodigy that Xin Jingqiu had also entered the ancient starry sky path. Zhong Lingxiu left at night, and so did Qingwu. The three goddesses have all left. What should I do in the future? In the House of Prodigy, the geniuses who stayed were very heartbroken. Qingwu left with the North Demon. Shen Jingqiu was brought away by the Manor Lord, and Zhong Lingxiu left alone. Cliff of Enlightenment. Lin Xian was in full concentration. 7 days passed quickly. He withdrew from his meditation, and a sigh appeared in his eyes. Am I leaving? To be honest, this place was much more mysterious than the previous residence of the saint. In 7 days, Lin Xian's strength increased again. Although his cultivation did not increase, the power that was close to the Tao became more powerful. He even comprehended the law of fire and used this power to cultivate the 9-yang divine body. His 9-yang divine body finally improved again. Its power had completely surpassed that of an invincible king, but he hadn't reached the saint level yet. It could be said that he was now a half-saint. Finally, after endless cultivation and battles, Lin Xian cultivated the 9-yang divine body to this level. Ordinary divine abilities and martial arts couldn't hurt him at all. Now, except for the law of fire, his physique was not inferior to a half-saint's at all. If I stand still and let Huangfu Beitian hit me, he probably won't be able to break through my defense. Junwia and Han Fei are no match for me. Even you, Linglong, I have the confidence to defeat her in one move. Lin Xian was full of confidence now. Even if he faced the North Demon, he was confident that he could defeat him with just one law of fire. Of course, he knew that the North Demon couldn't be stagnant forever. He must have other opportunities, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was impossible for the North Demon to defeat him. It's time to go back. I wonder how Qiu and the others are doing? Lin Xian left the Cliff of Enlightenment and returned to Full Moon Peak. Full Moon Peak. Lin Xian's courtyard was surrounded by array formations. Suddenly, the clouds churned and a figure descended. Inside, the Crimson Dragon immediately opened his eyes and flew over. Kid, you're back. When he saw Lin Xian, his body trembled, and a biting cold light burst out from his dragon eyes. What the heavens, what kind of aura is that? He retreated with a whoosh, his heart filled with shock, because he could feel that Lin Xian's aura was even more mysterious, and it carried a very dangerous feeling. This aura was much stronger than before. Damn it, you're still here. You've only been away for less than a month. How did your strength change so much? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Lin Xian said with a smile, although it was less than a month, that place was incomparably mysterious. 1 day was equivalent to 10 years outside. I'm so envious. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were red. No, Ben Huang had to quickly comprehend the power of laws. He had already obtained a copy of the Scripture of Enlightenment from Lin Xian. When Shen Jingqiu left, he also gave her a copy. However, he had been waiting for Lin Xian, so he didn't go into seclusion to cultivate. Now that Lin Xian was back, he could go into seclusion to cultivate. Of course, before that, he still explained the current situation of Shen Jingqiu, an entire extraordinary warrior's residence. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. Qiu left? However, that was good. With the Mansion Masters team taking care of her, and with Qiu Er's talent, her strength shouldn't be a problem. Previously, Lin Xian was still a little worried about this little girl. However, after a few battles, it seemed like Qiu Er could already hold her own. At the same time, he knew that the North Demon, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the rest had all left the extraordinary warrior's residence and stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. There weren't many people left in the extraordinary warrior's residence. The ancient starry sky path? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was finally going to step onto the path to becoming an emperor. Chapter 30:103. He knew that this trip wouldn't be the same as before. He probably wouldn't be back for a while. "Kid, are you leaving?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian nodded. "But there's no hurry. I'll stay here for a month or two to consolidate my strength. I'll go after that." "All right then. Ben Huang will go into the Black Earth and cultivate in seclusion." The Crimson Dragon took the Tao comprehension and entered the Black Earth. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to consolidate his strength. A month later, Lin Xian had completely consolidated his strength. Next, he didn't go on his way immediately. Instead, he entered the mysterious world of the small sword in his body. When he saw the illusionary divine furnace again, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The illusionary divine furnace was a treasure that he had obtained in Sky Flame City. He had swallowed one of the pills in it previously, and his strength had increased tremendously. Not only him, but the Crimson Dragon, Shen Jingqiu, and Murong Qingqing had also increased their strength. Lin Xian knew that the illusionary divine furnace couldn't have only these few items. There must be other treasures. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the increase in his strength to explore it again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. The power of annihilation in his left eye exploded and turned into a divine chain that hooked onto one side of the illusionary divine furnace. The power of flames flew out from his right eye and turned into a scarlet chain that hooked onto the other side of the illusionary divine furnace. "Open!" Lin Xian roared. Boom, boom, boom. The top of the illusionary divine furnace slowly opened, revealing a small gap. Seeing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. Indeed, his strength had increased, and he could open the illusionary divine furnace. However, when he looked inside, he still frowned slightly. He still couldn't see clearly what was inside the illusionary divine furnace. He could only wait for the treasure to float out. Buzz! Not long after, a light flashed and floated out from the illusionary divine furnace, floating in the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed him. In the next moment, he looked surprised. It wasn't a medicinal pill, nor was it a magical treasure, but rather a jade slip. It was extremely ancient, and there were traces of time left behind on it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The illusionary divine furnace healed once again, and the two forces disappeared. Lin Xian retreated with the jade slip. What was that? He held the jade slip in his hand. The pill sage's notes. Seeing this, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He also knew how to concoct pills. It could be said that he was very proficient in it. However, as his cultivation increased, his alchemy skills were gradually unable to support him. After all, in the future, Lin Xian would have to take half-saint or even saint-level pills. But with what Lin Xian learned now, he simply could not refine that kind of medicinal pill. However, he did not expect that the search for the void divine furnace this time would actually give him an unexpected surprise. The alchemy saint's notes. Needless to say, this should be the experiences recorded by the ancient alchemy masters. After comprehending the scripture of the Great Path Insight, Lin Xian knew how precious these saints' records were. Just a little bit could give him endless inspiration and save him hundreds of years of detours. Therefore, Lin Xian could not wait to open it and flip through it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For a full 5 days, Lin Xian read it. 5 days later, Lin Xian raised his head extremely excited. It was not recorded by one alchemy saint, but by a total of 5 alchemy saints. Of the 5 alchemy saints, one was a half-saint, and the other 4 were all saint level. The medicinal pills they refined were also very useful for the sage realm. Moreover, not only were there the insights of these sages, but there were also many pill formulas in it. These pills could increase one's cultivation, break through obstacles, repair the body, repair the soul, and enhance the soul. In short, it could be said to be very comprehensive. Moreover, Lin Xian even felt that these might be some extinct pill formulas. Immediately, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. Among them, he also found a kind of medicinal pill called the Breakthrough Saint Pill. It was very famous in ancient times. It could shorten the time for invincible kings to break through to the sage realm. Moreover, after eating this kind of medicinal pill, the success rate of invincible kings breaking through to the half-saint realm would also be greatly increased. This is it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was now at the middle 9-star stage and was very close to breaking through to the half-saint realm. However, it was not so easy to break through to the half-saint realm. Therefore, even he did not have much confidence in his heart. But now, with this breakthrough saint pill, it was different. As long as he could refine the breakthrough saint pill, then he had 100% confidence that he could become a half-saint. Next, Lin Xian carefully studied the breakthrough saint pill. But soon he revealed a strange look, because the breakthrough saint pill required too many materials. There were more than 1,000 kinds, and many spiritual herbs were extinct. It was estimated that there were none in the true spirit world. But thinking about it, if such a precious medicinal pill was placed in the true spirit world, the various remote antiquity families and sacred grounds would probably fight for it. However, Lin Xian was not worried, because he was about to step on the ancient road of the stars and set foot on the myriad worlds. Not having it in the true spirit world did not mean that other worlds did not have it. Therefore, Lin Xian memorized all the materials needed for the breakthrough saint pill. Then he prepared to step on the ancient road of the stars and search for them one by one in the future. Anyway, there was still some time before he broke through. It was enough for him to prepare. In addition to the breakthrough saint pill, some of the notes inside were also very helpful for Lin Xian to improve his alchemy Tao. Therefore, in the next 3 months, Lin Xian was still comprehending with all his strength. Half a year later, Lin Xian finally came out of seclusion. His alchemy Tao had improved rapidly. Although Lin Xian did not spar with other alchemy masters, Lin Xian estimated that there were not many who were better than him, unless it was those real alchemy saints. Putting away the alchemy saints' notes, Lin Xian entered the Black Earth and found that the Crimson Dragon was still in seclusion. He was not worried about this. The Crimson Dragon had rich experience, and he also had the inheritance of the Dragon clan. When he came out of seclusion again, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore, he exited the Black Earth and prepared to leave the extraordinary Scholar Mansion and step on the ancient road of the stars. After finding the Great Elder, Lin Xian explained his intention. After hearing this, the Great Elder nodded slightly. The Mansion Master and Peak Master have already told me that they gave you 2 things. With that, the Great Elder took out the items. Lin Xian found that one of them was the token of the extraordinary Scholar Mansion. The Great Elder said, "This token of the extraordinary Scholar Mansion represents your identity. Apart from some Supreme Elders and Peak Masters, I'm afraid only you have it. This is also your reward for winning first place this time." Seeing that Lin Xian was a little puzzled, the Great Elder explained that this was not the first time the ancient road of the stars was opened. It had existed for countless years. Our extraordinary Scholar Mansion has also existed for a long time. Among them, it was unknown how many geniuses left from the extraordinary Scholar Mansion. They stepped on the ancient road of the stars, although they did not become great emperors in the end. However, quite a few people had gone far away. Some people's strength increased greatly, and their prestige shook the heavens. Some people fell and ended in darkness, and some people survived in other worlds. Chapter 30:104. In short, every single one of them had different encounters and lives, whereas some of these people had already grown into overlords of an area, and they'd suppressed and ruled over a world or even a few worlds. Therefore, in the future, if you meet those elites from the House of Prodigy, take out this token and they will provide you with help. Lin Xian was shocked as he silently put away the token. He knew that the ancient starry sky path was a cruel path. There was only one person who could succeed in the end. However, there were still countless geniuses who did not care about the consequences and continued to advance. Besides everyone wanting to become a great emperor, there were other reasons. For example, after tempering on the ancient starry sky path, one's strength would increase much faster than in other places. Even if one couldn't become a great emperor in the end, there was still a high chance of becoming a sage. Some people even felt that their strength had increased greatly and left the ancient starry sky path. It could be said that this was a path of tempering. One didn't have to walk to the end. Of course, Lin Xian's goal was the end of the ancient starry sky path. The second thing is for you from the Peak Master. This is a spirit boat. It will allow you to fly in the void universe. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up, revealing a look of joy. He was lacking such an item. This was because the Great Elder had taken him to the outer realm of the starry sky before. He knew about the astral winds and the terrifying energy outside. Without a suitable spirit boat, one wouldn't be able to travel far. After receiving the spirit boat, Lin Xian imprinted his soul imprint on it. He cupped his fists and thanked the House of Prodigy, Peak Master and Great Elder. Looking at the young man in front of him, the Great Elder revealed a gratified smile. This was the first in the House of Prodigy. He could even suppress the North Demon. Who knew what kind of giant he would become after hundreds or thousands of years? Taking a deep breath, the Great Elder said in a deep voice, "Lastly, I have to remind you that stepping on the ancient starry sky path means that you have embarked on a very cruel path. On this path, you can't be weak. You must have a firm will and fierce means to survive. Lastly, the end point isn't something that everyone has to reach. It's not a bad choice to stop and find the most suitable place for yourself. Lastly, I wish you the best on your own path. Thank you, Great Elder, for your reminder. Junior will keep it in mind." Lin Xian bowed respectfully. He knew that the Great Elder's words would be very helpful to him when he embarked on the ancient path of the starry sky in the future. Next, Lin Xian bade farewell to the First Elder and soared into the sky, leaving the outstanding Scholar Manor. With a wave of his hand, the spirit boat in his hand expanded to several hundred feet long and floated in the air. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he entered the spirit boat. He threw out a few divine crystals, and the spirit boat tore through the void and soared into the sky. Looking at the gradually blurring scenery below, Lin Xian's heart was filled with emotion. Who knew when he would be able to return? In the endless starry universe, a streak of blue light tore through the void and flew rapidly into the distance. Inside the spirit boat, a red-robed youth stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the vast universe outside the window and seemed to be lost in thought. This red-clothed youth was none other than Lin Xian. At this moment, it had already been 10 days since he left the house of outstanding scholars. He had spent these 10 days in the spirit boat. This spirit boat was very fast and very convenient. Lin Xian soon became proficient in controlling it. He had some information that the Great Elder had given him regarding the ancient path of the starry sky. The so-called ancient path of the starry sky was a path created by ancient sage experts and even great emperors. Lin Xian had already understood that the entire universe was made up of thousands of worlds. However, it was divided into many star fields and forces. It was very complicated and many times more complicated and dangerous than the true spirit world. Lin Xian was going to the cloud returning planet this time. It was a relatively large planet in the vicinity. Among them, the true spirit world, the Hero Planet, the Sirius Planet, and a few other star fields would almost always have their first battle on the Cloud Returning Planet. Therefore, the Cloud Returning Planet was very prosperous. Martial arts flourished, and all kinds of precious and extinct materials often appeared. They might not be able to find them in their own world, but that might not be the case on the Cloud Returning Planet. Many people even specially went to the Cloud Returning Planet to search for treasures. Lin Xian also planned to take a look on the planet. Firstly, he wanted to find the materials for the breakthrough pill. Secondly, he wanted a good pill furnace. These days, he had not been idle in the spirit boat. Instead, he had refined several furnaces of pills. These furnaces of pills were for his current 9-star king realm. About 5 days later, Lin Xian stood up and looked at the gigantic star in the distance with sparkling eyes. He knew that the Cloud Returning Planet was right in front of him. He activated the spirit boat and rushed towards it. As they descended, the surrounding astral winds kept blowing and slamming against the spirit boat. The spirit boat activated its array formation to block these astral winds so that Lin Xian did not have to pay too much attention. After finally dodging the astral winds and arriving in the sky, Lin Xian put away the spirit boat. He looked down, his eyes flashing. Below, there were many cities with dense spirit chi. It was not inferior to the true spirit world. Of course, their true spirit world had a special meaning in the entire universe. No one could compare to it. However, on the ancient star road, meaning did not seem to be important. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to reveal his true identity. His eyes flashing, Lin Xian sent out his soul spirit. He identified a direction and flew into the distance. 2 days later, he encountered something. Someone was robbing him in front. The person being robbed was a young man. He had an ordinary face and an early-stage 9-star cultivation base. However, there were 2 mid-stage 9-star cultivators. Therefore, the ordinary-looking young man complained and kept running. Finally, he met Lin Xian. "Brother, run." The young man who was running did not seem to expect that there was someone in front of him and immediately warned him. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. It seemed that this person was quite kind and did not want to implicate him. He even specially changed the direction of his escape for this reason. Too kind. Before Lin Xian came, he heard from the Grand Elder that one had to be ruthless to survive on the ancient star road. He did not expect to meet such a kind person as soon as he came to the Cloud Returning Planet. People like that were very rare, and Lin Xian was tempted to save them. In front of him, the 2 mid-stage 9-star cultivators saw Lin Xian and immediately snorted. "Kid, get lost. Since you don't want to get lost, stay." A ray of light slashed over with piercing cold runes, shattering the void. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not take a mere mid-stage 9-star cultivator seriously. Although the other party was a cultivator of the same level as him, they were no different from ants in his eyes. He reached out his palm and directly grabbed in front of him. Crack! He directly smashed that ray of sword chi. What? How can he be so strong? The king who attacked was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be an expert. What a strong physique. Could he be a genius of the Northern Big Dipper sect? Chapter 3105. The Big Dipper sect was a large sect that specialized in body refinement. It was said that one could withstand the astral winds of the 9 heavens. Therefore, after Lin Xian displayed such a strong body, the king thought that Lin Xian was from the Big Dipper sect. "Are you from the Big Dipper sect?" "We are from the Blood River sect." "Mind your own business." As soon as he finished speaking, he screamed, his eyes wide open. This was because his head had already been separated from his body. A large golden hand plucked his head off. The other party dared to attack. The Blood River sect was not any weaker than the Big Dipper sect. How did the other party dare to attack? He could not figure it out until his death. This scene was seen by another king from the Blood River sect. He was scared out of his wits. In the next moment, he He roared and waved his blood-red blade, about to attack. Boom! Lin Xian pointed out, and a sword qi sliced through the air, cutting this person in half. The flames on the sword qi burned the corpse clean. What happened? The aura was gone. The young man who was running was shocked when he felt the aura dissipating behind him. He sent out his soul to check behind him. In the next moment, he was stunned and stopped. Where was the person who was chasing after him? How did he disappear? Little did he know that 2 9-star intermediate kings would be killed and reduced to ashes in just an instant. Could it be that the red-robed man did it? The ordinary-looking young man was shocked. He flew over and clasped his fists at Lin Xian. Thank you for helping. How should I address you? Lin Xian. So it was Brother Lin. I am Fong Hao, a disciple of the Fong family. What sect is Brother Lin from? He is so powerful. Fong Hao was excited. Lin Xian said, I am a rogue cultivator. He did not hide his name, but he would not tell others that he came from the origin star of the true spirit world. After the two of them chatted for a while, Lin Xian discovered that Fong Hao was indeed a simple and honest person. Therefore he asked, Brother Fong, I just came out from the mountains and do not know much about the outside world. I want to find some precious spiritual herbs and other materials. Where can I get them? Precious spiritual herbs? Brother Lin wanted to make pills. Fong Hao said, Then let's go to the Great Armor City. That was a very famous city. There were many extinct spiritual herbs that could be found there. There were often auctions there. It could be said to be the most famous city in this region. The Great Armor City? Where should I go? Lin Xian asked. Brother Lin, let's go together. I happen to be going too. Then the two set off together. Lin Xian learned that Fong Hao was from the Fong clan. The Fong clan was one of the clans in the southern continent, and their power was comparable to a weaker sect. However, Fong's that Dipper sect was a branch. Therefore, they were not valued. Otherwise, the Blood River sect people would not have dared to kill him. Fong Hao was going to the Great Armor City to meet someone. This woman was his fiancée, but Fong Hao had not seen her for many years. It was said that the marriage was set by the elders of both parties. However, Fong Hao's Dipper sect had declined over the years. Therefore, the two parties had not met much. Lin Xian was not surprised. The 4 great clans used this kind of soul to strengthen the relationship and interests between each other. Perhaps this was something that was common across the myriad of worlds. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it. The two flew for about 6 days and arrived at the Great Armor City. Before they reached the city, the number of martial artists in the surroundings had gradually increased. There were people everywhere, from the spirit-detecting realm to the venerables and kings. Lin Xian even saw many invincible kings. Fong Hao said that the Great Armor City was a city of trade. Countless clans and forces gathered here, as well as experts and geniuses. Brother Lin, the materials that you want can be found here. Lin Xian nodded, and the two walked into the Great Armor City. The Great Armor City was even more bustling. The Wind Pavilion. It was a very artistic place in the Great Armor City. The entire Wind Pavilion was enveloped by a huge formation that condensed rich spirit qi. It was decorated with spiritual mountains and beautiful rivers. There were even many cute spiritual beasts running around. Here, one could not only enjoy the rich spirit qi, admire the beautiful scenery, but also taste spiritual tea. The spiritual tea here was very famous in the entire Great Armor City. Therefore, some disciples of the great clans liked to drink spiritual tea and chat in the Wind Pavilion when they had nothing to do. At this moment, there were a few young men and women sitting at a table near the artificial mountain and the spiritual spring. They were surrounded by beautiful maids who were serving them. Each of them had a cup of spiritual tea in front of them. This spiritual tea was not simple. It was estimated that those who were not rich could not afford to drink this cup. However, looking at these men and women who did not seem to care, One could imagine that they were from the great clans or disciples of the great sections. At this moment, there were a few beautiful girls at the table. One of them was dressed in purple. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were still full of arrogance. She grabbed the blue-clothed woman beside her and quickly asked, "Ching Ching, you seem to be absent-minded. You seem to have something on your mind. What is it that you can't tell your sister?" "Hi, you, isn't that the girl I told you about? She's called Ching Ching. She's also very beautiful." However, there was a trace of sadness between her brows at this moment. "What? No way. Are you talking about the marriage agreement that your clan made for you?" The girl called Hai Yu snorted coldly. "You're not really going to marry that trash, are you?" "Who said that I'm going to marry him? It's just that my clan wants me to meet him today." Ching Ching shook her head. Hai Yu sneered. "What's there to meet? How long has that guy been cultivating? He's still a 9-star beginner? Someone like him seems to have good talent, but that's only for ordinary people. To the great clans like us, he's not enough. With his talent, he'll probably reach the end of his cultivation in this lifetime. But you're different. You're so young and so talented. In a few decades or 100 years, your cultivation will far surpass his. When that time comes, do you think that a man like him is worthy of you?" Hai Yu said, coquettishly, "The man I found is a genius of the Big Dipper sect." At this point, Hai Yu's eyes were filled with a trace of pride. The clothes she was wearing were very luxurious, and the jade pendant necklace she was wearing was a defensive magic treasure. Needless to say, she was also a disciple of a great clan. Beside the two of them sat a girl. She was dressed in black and had been quietly listening to them. She did not seem to like talking. At this moment, 2 figures walked in from outside the Wind Pavilion. They were Lin Xian and Fong Hao. Chapter 3106. Fong Hao said to Lin Xian apologetically, "Brother Lin, I'm sorry to have to make you come with me. But don't worry, I don't think there's much chance of us meeting this time. I'll come out soon. When the time comes, I'll accompany you to look for those spiritual herbs." "It's okay." Lin Xian shrugged. Since they were already in Giant Armor City, it wouldn't matter if they stayed a little longer. Moreover, he saw that Fong Hao was very honest, and he was worth making friends with. At least he would be reliable to ask for help in finding spiritual herbs. The two walked into the Wind Pavilion. Inside, Hai Yu, Ching Ching, and the others were still discussing. At this moment, they raised their eyebrows and looked into the distance. 2 figures were coming from afar. When they saw the 2 of them, the 3 of them had different looks in their eyes. Among them, there was a trace of resistance in Ching Ching's eyes, but she concealed it very well. Hai Yu, on the other hand, had a condescending arrogance and did not hide it at all. Fong Hao arrived, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Hai Yu. "You're that Fong Hao, right? You want to marry Ching Ching? Are you kidding me? What's Ching Ching's status? What's your status? What's your talent? Don't you know? How dare you come here?" As soon as she said this, Fong Hao's face instantly turned red, and his eyes dimmed. Lin Xian, who was next to him, also frowned. It seemed that this meeting was not going to be easy. Fong Hao was an early 9-star king, and he was indeed a strong person outside. However, in the era of geniuses, he was indeed not strong enough. However, the aggressive look of this blue-clothed girl in front of him made Lin Xian very unhappy. At this moment, Hai Yu continued to mock him. "It's fine that your cultivation is weak, but you don't even have a decent treasure on you." As she said this, she proudly shook the bracelet on her left hand. This was a very precious defensive treasure. There were a total of 6 Buddha beads, and each bead was a layer of defense. When the 6 treasures attacked together, they could withstand the full force attack of a late-stage 9-star expert. In addition to this bracelet, the jade pendant and necklace on her were also the same. Even the pair of earrings had an extremely strong vitality. Obviously, it was a wood-tight magical treasure. Presumably, when he was injured, The earrings could provide him with powerful spiritual energy, allowing him to recover quickly. On the other hand, Feng Hao's clothes were indeed simple and plain. Apart from an inner armor, there were not many treasures that could be taken out. "You've misunderstood. I have no intention of marrying Miss Qingqing." Feng Hao hurriedly shook his head. Hai Yu sneered. He had no intention of marrying Qingqing? Then what are you doing here? This is not a place you can come to. Hurry up and leave. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Can you afford the spirit tea here? Hai Yu was extremely arrogant. The woman in black beside her frowned slightly. Even Qingqing tugged at Hai Yu's sleeve, telling her to stop. Hai Yu coldly snorted. "For Qingqing's sake, I'll give you a chance. Hurry and leave. Brother Lin, I'm sorry for letting you see such a joke." Feng Hao's face was extremely ugly. Lin Xian shook his head. "It was nothing. Now that we have understood the situation here, let's go." "That's right, apart from the fact that the spirit herbs I want are all rare. There is also a requirement for their age. They must be at least 5,000 years old, preferably 7 or 8,000 years old. Of course, if the red spirit herb and manly flower are not that old, it doesn't matter. I want them all." "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I will do my best to find them for you." Hearing the conversation between Lin Xian and Feng Hao, Hai Yu and the rest were stunned. Even the surrounding martial artists were whispering to each other. After all, although there were many spirit herbs that were 5,000 years old and above were rare. They could even be called little herb kings. One had to know that invincible kings only lived for a few years. A spirit herb that was older than them was definitely incomparably precious, especially the red spirit herb and manly flower. Many people had never heard of them. Those who knew were also shocked. These were two extremely precious herbs. They could be said to be extremely rare and had already gone extinct in many star worlds. Even if they were here, they were not easy to find. Hai Yu, Qingqing, and the rest naturally knew about this. After hearing this, Hai Yu sneered. "You want to find a herb king that was 5,000 years old and above? You want the red spirit herb and manly flower? Why don't you take a look at your wealth? Even she might not be able to afford these things, let alone the two in front of her." Although she did not know Lin Xian, she knew that he was walking with Feng Hao. What kind of famous genius could he be? He must be a piece of trash. So from the beginning to the end, she did not put Lin Xian in her eyes. In her opinion, these two guys must be pretending to be rich and powerful in front of her. Even Qingqing, who was beside her, frowned. She originally thought that Feng Hao was an honest person, but now it seemed that he was not. He obviously could not afford a herb king that was 5,000 years old and above, let alone the red spirit herb and manly flower. Why did he have to pretend to be searching for them? It was really disappointing. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes darkened and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Ignorant," he said indifferently. To be honest, people like Hai Yu and Qingqing were definitely geniuses in the eyes of ordinary kings. They had noble statuses and could not be provoked. But in Lin Xian's eyes, they were no different from ants. He was the number one in the house of prodigy, the descendant of the great dragon. He had comprehended two powers that were close to the Tao. In terms of status, he far surpassed the other party. However, the other party was too trash and could not see through his strength. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy face, Feng Hao said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Brother Lin. You were implicated. Let's go." Lin Xian nodded slightly. For Feng Hao's sake, he would spare the other party's life. Otherwise, the two of them turned and left. At this moment, Hai Yu flipped her palm and took out a small disc array. She flipped it in her hand. A voice floated out. Hai Yu said happily, "Wan Gong and the others are here. Let's go out." With that, Hai Yu and the other two also walked out. Soon, Lin Xian, Hai Yu, and the others left the Wind Whisper Pavilion almost at the same time. Outside the Wind Whisper Pavilion stood a few figures. Their auras were unusually strong, especially the leader. He had a stocky build and was full of masculine aura. His aura was so oppressive that the air rumbled. Everyone's blood boiled and they could not breathe. No one dared to approach. After Feng Hao came out and felt this aura, his face changed and became incomparably pale. Lin Xian glanced at him and no longer paid attention. Late stage 9-star with a strong physique. The other party should be a close combat expert. He estimated that the other party had about 30 to 40,000 units of arcane power. Such a person in the true spirit world would be stronger than most saints and saintesses. But in Lin Xian's eyes, he could not even withstand a single blow. In fact, the other party couldn't even withstand a single finger from him. He was not interested in such a person.